Hey, Catastros coming in. What-ho, friends? Just doing a little bit of the old tippity-tappity, make stuff happy. How you doing? And thank you for the sub. Yeah. Got a little keys of slime now and everything. Actually, I could phrase that better. We'll come back to that one. That needs a naming convention. How's it going with you? And Ultrazini, Watto, and good morning. Hello, hello. You know I'm fucking gonna. Although I wasn't supposed to tell everybody it was coming out today, so you'll basically got like an embargo breaker. I did it bad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry! But we're fucking doing it! Just crafting up a tweet, so you can't tell me that Damien did not make this game. Hey, Catastros, I'll take it. I mean, Fire Slime's probably more accurate. But yeah, Ultrazini, how are you doing this morning? We've only got you for an hour. That means you get peak banters. And to Dead Idiot Gaming, what-ho and welcome! I hope you're ready for some properly punk gaming stuff today. And I do understand by calling Purgatory Dungeoneer the most punk game, I'm opening up the conversation of what is punk, which is an art house shitfest of a conversation. But
coffee, 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 and coffee.
The full poem, Bacon Avenger, goes coffee, 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 coffee. Everybody, shut up! Coffee. Mega Boss, we're absolutely busting down the Zalavir hype house. Well, this game should just have been called Damien vs. Zalavir, a Purgatory Dungeoneer story. Vanderbeest, head of house order, what over friends? Thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. Oh, sorry, and Bacon, thank you for the 200. Where are my fucking manners today? How are you all doing, friends? Come on in, tell me your tales. And Angela, what-ho and good morning. Hello, hello. Sorry, where are my manners? Jackie Foxbutt, good morning. What-ho. Hello, hello. Coming in, friends, coming in. Yeah! Star, lovely to see you. Good morning. What-ho and welcome. I'm so stoked this is out. Although I wasn't supposed to say it was out today. It was supposed to be a surprise. So everybody in the longship, you have to look super surprised. When, if Zalavir or Damien come by, you have to be like, oh wow, this video game just came out! And Hookshot, what ho friends? How goes PAX Australia? Tell me your times. Oh. Alright, well. Educator. Have a breather. Have a relax. Don't chew on anything or drink any hot drinks. I've had extractions in the past. It sucks. We got you. So, Hookshot, you got 3 hours before things kick off? Yeah, go have a freaking leg stretcher. We'll be the teeny tiny live action podcast in your pocket. Shit, that's a really good name. I need to remember that. Podcast in your pocket. Yeah, portable wafflemancy. Kyle says the plate up addiction is getting bad. That's what happens when you start binging all of those fucking cooking channels. You just get hooked on plating. Next thing you know, every piece of toast, every handful of peanuts comes out artfully designed on it. You know what? Kindball, I was going for a bit. The bit did not land. It did not work. How are you doing? I must automate pies! Actually, Kindball, have you tried Freshly Frosted yet? Because in terms of like food automation games, that's supposed to be feckin' phenomenal. I think I have a copy. Oh, you have tried it. Yeah, the doom is real. The doom is real. Anyway, good morning, friends. How you all doing? If I seem a little haggard, I've been running hot, trying to get a lot of things sorted as best I can. But it's not terrible over here. We've been supplementing our no money situation by utilizing. Okay, so there's a place nearby where the people grow like shit tons of produce, and so they've been able to hook us up with a bunch of salad and food for the guinea pigs. So the nuggets are sorted for the next few days, so things are going well. Okay, that was Fiona. I don't want to take credit for that one. And I've been, let's just say, a man of many EM. What? Fred, hang on. Bringing it forward. Can I just get a record scratch do-over on that? Can I just get a do-over? I attempted to say a lot of words there, and they apparently all truncated and fell down the escalator at the same time. The problem was, it's one of those escalators that's going up, and they fell down it, so it's just a mess. It's just a mess. How are you all doing, friends? How is it going? Video game news has been pretty calm today, but I mean, in fairness, everything was kind of popping off from like the week I was gone. If you're looking to buy a Steam Deck, they're now just available without reservation. You can just buy one. If I was flush, I'd probably consider it, but it's not something I need. Do you know what I mean? Like, back when I was traveling for work, God, I would have given feckin' anything for it. The Nintendo Switch saved my sanity when, being in New Zealand, every flight was a minimum of like 14 hours. I am so happy that the Steam Deck is a thing that exists. And interestingly, it might do what the Steam Box never managed to succeed to. So yeah. Square Peg, good morning. Watto, friends. What else has been going down? Oh, okay. So a weird one. Quick show of hands, friends. How many of you are familiar with the company Starbreeze? Or perhaps I should say, does anyone need me to explain who Starbreeze are and why this next thing's feckin' loopy? Okay, Perez was saying they cancelled their pre-order for the Steam Deck not having a use case for it, right? But it's feckin' cool. I mean, all that would end up happening is I just end up playing Vampire Survivors on the couch rather than here. And I have a Steam Deck. Steam Deck? God, the naming convention always throws me for a loop. I have the little widget that you plug into your telly that lets you play games from your PC on the TV. Okay, so Angela, or is it Angel? This is the whole thing about like Angle and Angel. As a dyslexic individual, I tend to double guess myself. But yes, okay, so Starbreeze. Starbreeze were a rising star in the mid-tier development space, moving into AAA. Most notable for the Payday series. Hang on, let me bring up their discography. There we go. So, a Swedish video game company based out of Stockholm. They were bounced around for a good while, but their discography really started to kick off from Enclave onwards. They worked on the Chronicles of Butcher Bay, the game which Vin Diesel got involved with and was famously like one of the big bangers. They did the original Darkness. I don't know, did they do the second Darkness game? They did not. Huh. Fascinating. Oh yes, Star, Down on Dwarf, you're right. It was the Steam Link was the one that connects the telly. The box were the Linux PCs that never really went anywhere. And yeah, Perios, you're right. Like, Escape from Butcher Bay was well ahead of its time. Sadly, the follow-up, Assault on Dark Athena, did not hit the same kind of beats. But yeah, so Starbreeze has kind of been bounced around a lot as a publisher of a great many things. Payday's pretty much what they're known for. Although they were the publisher of Dead by Daylight, which is kind of fascinating. Hey, Ikoa, I can't take any credit for the stream title. That's the official title of today's game. Also, Watto and welcome, but we'll get into that in a second. Alright. Now. So. I'm trying to think how to... Oh, Lamalots? Oh, what happened? What did you do, baby boy?
We sat on the patio, sitting down with me.
Yeah.
They were all laying out there nice and cozy. I get up to come inside, and I come inside. I go, okay, guys, come in. Amos is like, I got this. And he's like doing his normal, like, hippity hop. Hits the ground. Just.
My boy. Baby boy.
Gifted.
Yeah, it turns out Amos, not much of a gymnast. Oh, so Chess and Link, Lamalot, what ho friends? And Lamalot, I will get to today's game in a second. And yes, the Isekai light novel title is intentional, but we'll get to that. Anyway, so... the thing about Starbreeze is that Starbreeze came very, very, very close to death. Through a multitude of reasons. A lot of licensed content, being like the John Wick game that they tried to do, and what was the other one that really kicked the hot poo out of them? Oh, Overkill's The Walking Dead, which by my understanding was a very expensive license and went very poorly in terms of development. By the way, if anyone has a Steam key for Overkill's The Walking Dead, please send it to me. I'm weirdly obsessed with that game and I never got it. Anyway, so Starbreeze came absolutely to the brink of death. The company was in... I want to make sure that I'm using the correct term here because it wasn't bankruptcy. It was something special. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm using the right term here. Crap sticks. That might be it, Catastros. Reconstitution. Or reconstruction, sorry. Okay, sorry. Let me have a breath. Hello, everyone. It seems that I am over-caffeinated and very excited to see you all this morning. Right, so, Starbreeze. They try developing a widescreen VR headset. They get involved in a lot of licensed products, and everything comes together to basically create like a financial implosion. This financial implosion nearly killed the company. The reason they were able to pull themselves out of a tailspin was by halting development on Payday 3, restarting development on Payday 2, and releasing a whole heap new DLC and content. Payday 2 has what is clawed Starbreeze back from the absolute brink of destruction. Like, we talk a lot about, like, you know, DLCs and things like that, but basically they turned Payday 2 into a games of service game again, and it has brought them back from the brink. I believe Koch Media is going to be publishing Payday 3, but that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Suffice it to say, they have not been doing good, but they're starting to get back to it. And today they announced they're going to be publishing games again. Now, in terms of games they published, back in 2016, they were responsible for a cheeky little game called Dead by Daylight. You might have heard of that. But also, the other games they published, I think Inked... yeah, that was only on... God. Sorry. The other games they published were things like the John Wick Chronicles, Antisphere, Raid World War II, Apex VR, and again, Inked. Yeah, Perios, Dead by Daylight. It's this weird little indie title. You've probably not heard of it. But yeah, they were responsible for the initial publishing of Dead by Daylight. Eventually, as Starbreeze started to, you know, Behavior Interactive would gain control of their own IP again and became self-publishing. You know, Megaboss is right. It's a Dragon Ball Breakers ripoff called Dead by Daylight. Shit, that's way funnier. Should have said that first. So it's not like Starbreeze haven't published, you know, one banger, but they're not like Double Fine. They don't have a long history of like non-stop publishing bangers. It's certainly not a Devolver tier operation. And yeah, it's definitely something that's caught me off guard. It kind of feels like your friend who had, we'll say, problems back in their youth, announcing that having gotten themselves sorted and fixed, they're going to go back to doing the bad thing again. Oh yeah, Perius. Devolver, you're right. Devolver is special, they've got the source and they own it, and essentially the momentum of their success has allowed them to cherry pick what they sign, and they've done it very carefully. I was actually talking with some friends while we were out and about in LA, and someone pointed out that Annapurna, who's another publisher, very well known for having a specific style and being quite successful, apparently was a feckin' loss leader for ages. That some of their early titles that they signed didn't make bank and took a long time to bring forward. But they had an artistic style and design that allowed them to create a brand identity. So, sorry, I apologize for going into space for a second there. One of the things about being on the road for a while, because you remember, okay, Jumping back. You remember the whole Donkey announcement, right? How Donkey and his wife are going to be like making a video game publisher, and all the feckin' mistakes that they made about that one. One of the things I kind of started pondering while I was out and about is, would I ever consider publishing video games? I don't think I have the reach and the chops to do it cheaply, but God, I would love to create a publishing brand that is specifically the games that other people wouldn't. Now, I don't know if Star is hanging here, and obviously I can't talk about it specifically, but I got to play one of Star's prototypes, and it's feckin' brilliant. And the fact that no one has given Star a fuck ton of money to make it is because apparently the games industry is filled with old white cowards. But there's also the other games that I've been trying to help out, and all of them are just so drastically different than what anyone else is batting around. No, Star, like, I'm not even joking. I was talking with friendo friends. Again, I'm trying not to give everything away because, hey, you'll still might get that fucking big chunk of change. And in a private corner of PAX with no one else around, we snuck off, and I got to replay the thing that you let me have a go at, and it's still fucking brilliant. Jackie says, what kind of startup investment are we talking about? Well, one project is asking for about 100k, which is huge for tiny indies and tiny for self-starting indies. So if we then take operating costs into consideration, and also considering that I'm not a big name personality, you know, we'd need someone to handle traditional PR. So, God. And obviously Star can't talk about the project they've worked on because there's still a very, very high chance it might get a publisher and things. This is where it gets frustrating in discussing. So, Star can't talk about, like, budgets and stuff like that, but, you know, that's another one I'd love to be able to just go, no, we're publishing it, boo. Yeah. I don't know. I've drunkenly written and deleted texts to individuals that are in that space saying, look, just give me X dollars, let me publish these games. Like, just let me do it. just let me do it. Just let me do it. God, you'd all see a very stressed Will for a couple of years, let me tell you. Hey, Start. You make great games. I still think about that one. And I'm worried it's going to become another one of those white whale projects that I sit around and go, and I will continue to call all the publishing people freaking cowards. But then again, I do have a friend that does do indie tier publishing, and there are a lot of things that can go wrong when publishing. It's very easy to sit here and say, well, if I had lots of money. Because the thing is, considering the kinds of things I'd want to do, I'd need to take an Annapurna example. I'd essentially need to treat, like, 2 of every 3 projects as a loss lead. Because creating a unique brand identity is something that you do with titles that don't necessarily sell great, but that make journos go, what? Which is a problem. Yeah, well, see, Jackie, and this is why I wouldn't go into venture capital spaces to ask for cash to do this, because the thing is, I can't guarantee a return on investment within a year or 2 years. Like, we're looking like 4 to 5. And so, anyway, well, it was a long car journey. We listened to a lot of Ninja Sex Party. I had a lot of time to think. Because, I mean, what do game developers need? They need money and they need attention. Both from the press, content creators, and someone just telling them, yo, you're making good games. I'm not even joking, like, being an independent developer means spending a lot of time by yourself, and it can be hard not having people being like, fucking yo. Sadlin with thinking, that shit's dangerous. And Park Programs with publishing, more like pub-lushin', am I right? Why do you like this? Also, good morning. Yeah. Jackie was saying that's still better than the aggressive investment thanks to bank, yeah. But banks are used to traditional, like, bricks and mortar businesses, or big money businesses. Yeah, thinking is a double-edged sword. Though it continues to amuse me as a meat mech piloted by the concept of gingerness. I spend my mornings consuming Make Brain Go Faster juice, and I spend my evenings consuming Make Brain Go Slower juice. Jackie says they'd rather throw money at nerds with dreams. I mean, shit, Jackie, if you're sitting on a few mil, like, we can do this. God, we could probably do the first title on a wish and a prayer, but it would be such a grind. See, okay, this is the reality of video games and business. Is a lot of these operations get started on things that I would never recommend any of you do, but I would do myself. So, okay, hypothetically. So, Jackie is suddenly, chow! Congratulations, Jackie, you're now stupid rich. And Jackie's like, right, I want to invest in Longship Publishing. Brilliant, great. We sign this 100k game. I'm going to use the 100k game as an example because it's the number I have in my head. Now, if we were doing it sensibly, like, you know, grown-ups who actually go to bed at night, what we would do is we would hire probably one other person alongside myself, and we would have 2 people that work on getting the game to market, and alongside the 100k which the developers have asked for bringing it to market. We'll then sideline a chunk of cash for external QA, localization, and we'll look into porting. The title in question won't port easily and probably wouldn't be worth it, because this one's definitely going to be a garner. So on top of the 100k shit, like, if it takes us 2 years to get this thing to market, so that's my salary, that's the other person's salary, and that's QA costs, overheads. So that's a fair chunk of change. Now, if we were actually seriously talking about this, what we would do is we would get the bulk of the money to the dev. I would continue doing this so I could pay the bills whilst publishing a video game. Congratulations, this would become a publisher's channel. I basically wouldn't sleep for 2 years, and we'd get the game to market with a thunderous round of, what the fuck is this? So what it would involve is, to get Longship Publishing going, is I would be working all hours for a couple of years, and then we would start gaining traction, and then things would start moving forward. It would be a hell of a grind fest. And this is the thing, I can't recommend, I would never suggest any of you crunch to make your art happen. Jackie says, get limited run-in for physical copies. Yeah, I actually know those people pretty good. I've been wanting to work with them for 1,000 years. There's a bunch of prototype concepts of collector's editions for games that will never be released. One of them had a fucking model kit in it. This was even before I was into Gundams. So cool. Grumble, 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 grumble. Yeah. So yeah, I have drunkenly written and deleted several messages to several people that have silly money. Because on the one hand, no one wants to get hit up by their friends for a shitload of cash, but on the other, it's just, I don't know. I really like the hey! Morning, Stooge! Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in, coming in. How you all doing? Heckin' cool kids. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Hello, hello. Sorry, I kind of had a little brain reset there. I don't know. I've been pondering the concept a lot recently. That's 2 for 2! Raid after raid! And Kestrel, how are you doing? I take it you all were doing Cool Kid Adventures together, right? What were you playing? Tell me your tales, friends! Now, the problem is that while we have a wonderful new shout-out command, I can only shout one of you out at a time.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
4 years, but who's counting? Twitch.
Twitch. Mr. Twitch is counting. But that's still 4 years at a tier 3, which is an inordinate amount. On top of... I mean, again, on top of so much, so thank you. You're playing Volcanoids. Alright, so friends, if you haven't played Volcanoids, it is a steampunk drill survival game where you build and construct like the inside of your own cool little like underground drill. while you run around and explore and try and avoid robots that are wrecking your shit. However, at intervals, an active volcano will erupt, so you have to get underground to avoid the lava. It's fucking cool. We call it Saturday morning cartoon. Spiller!
Oh dear lord. It's been, insert months here, of subscribing to, insert streamer name here.
Wait a second, Spiller. Have you been a very clever, concise series of bots stringed together with some complicated programming this whole time? Have you? But no. Stooge, Spiller. Thank you both, seriously. And Kestrel and Stooge, I hope you're having a fucking good time. I'm gonna do... Sorry, Kestrel. I got to chat with you tomorrow. Time travel's fucking with me. I'll see if there's a time on these. Because I can do one. Air horn. And then we'll try doing another one in a second. But yeah, Spiller, how are you doing, friend? Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. So, Jackie, like, 50k...
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Oh, that's
Weapons
cool.
online. All systems nominal.
Lizzie!
Air horn noises.
Woo, 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 woo. Raid after alert after alert. But yeah, so 4 years, almost 4 years, 4 years. No big deal. No big deal. Congratulations to the Longship for we outlived Stadia. We were there when it was announced, and we were there when it fucking died. Honestly, I might start doing a wall of projects that we outlived. Artifact, Stadia. We'll make like a kill list. It'll be great. So to those of you just joined us, Watto and welcome. These lovely motherhubbins.
Shout out to Stooge and Kestrel.
Alright, now let's see. If I do a shout out to Kestrel now, let's see how that is. Hopefully it doesn't. Yeah, no, I can only do one shout out at a time. Cases. We outlived Mixer. Zing! But yeah. So Jackie, this is one of the reasons why, like, publishers and indie publishers end up going for safe titles. Because so, we're just taking this as hypotheticals, because Jackie was just musing, like, come to think of it, 50k wouldn't be crazy. Family connections, etc. But the thing is, like, 50k is not quite enough. It's a huge amount of money for a single solo indie dev, but it's not quite enough to get a game out the door to market properly without us doing everything on the out of own pocket. Sorry, Square Pet. Jeez. What was I saying? Oh yeah. But yeah, you're right. It might be enough to prompt another 50k from somewhere, which would mean we'd have to get funding from multiple places. And all of those places would be far more eager to see a return on investment. Essentially, we'd be dealing with something not too dissimilar from publicly floating a company, but at the beginning. Now, the reason that this is like a risky maneuver is because we need to make sure that whatever we put out makes a return on investment. Spiller says the rule is no sleeping before 9 PM. That's a good rule, because otherwise you wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning and have a miserable time, which I have done frequently. Yeah, so the reason why a lot of these indie publishers end up picking really safe bets rather than like interesting or innovative is because if you've only got 100k and you need to answer to multiple stakeholders and say, hey, I'm gonna get you your money back, you need to make sure you can get their money back. So that's the challenge, because the kind of titles I want to like publish, I know they're bangers, but I cannot point to a business plan that will guarantee a return on investment. Right? Hookshot's like, risk the squirrel. Hey, I mean, I honestly do think, oh my god, how have I forgotten it? The Sacred Acorn. I think the Sacred Acorn's got chops. Like, it was a crap load of fun when we played it, and It's got heft to it. It reminded me of that era in gaming when a lot of really good game devs ended up having to do titles for the Game Boy Advance because that's where the money was. And so you get these weird, cutesy kind of video games that seemed like they'd be like a kid's cash-in, and ended up being fucking brilliant. Not in terms of the art style, but in terms of like the concise elements of it. So yeah. If I genuinely wanted to do this, I would need to be able to make a concise business plan to explain to an old crusty white guy why I think that these titles are worth investing in, and how using interesting games as a lost leader could result in a situation of creating kind of like a Devolver tier or Annapurna style brand identity. You know, sign a bunch of games that everyone goes, what the fuck is this? Become known for that. You know, we've seen a few people that have been able to build like a strong brand identity around things like horror, or, you know, God, I'm trying to think what would you call the Chucklefish aesthetic, like cute retro. But those titles are kind of a well-trod space now, and we might be ahead of the curve, but I personally feel users are going to start getting to the point where they're hungry for different, for new, for something special. Now, Kestrel, we could eat the boring white guy and take his place pod person style. That is always an option. Jackie saying we'll focus on visual dating novels. Ah! I mean, it's a fucking challenge. I mean, sorry, okay. Joking aside, visual novels are pretty sewn up. Like, you need to be very established in a pre-existing community to be able to make a successful turnaround on visual novels. A gentleman that Aperius and I met at Pocket Gamer Connects, he makes non-erotic visual novels for people who think dragons are hot. And the thing is, the dude already was making a decent living off of Patreon funding. So he had essentially like crowdsourced investment. Caldera, I have seen Trombone Champ, and it's fucking glorious. Moose is saying, so here's the question. Would there be a model around prototype funding to get teams far enough down the line to be able to get the rest of the money they need? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'd need to sit down and think of a way to make that happen. But for the most part, I can't think of one, because what would happen is, okay, so hypothetically, who are we picking on? We're picking on Spiller. Alright, so Spiller's making a new video game, and we give Spiller 150k to get the vertical slice finished, so that Spiller can then go out and get far enough down the line so they can start negotiating with publishers. How do we get our 150 back? Who pays us? Do we get a cut of Spiller's revenue or profits? Does the publisher then pay us back with interest? Or, like, what's our involvement? And that then adds a level of complication when Spiller is negotiating a publishing contract. Because Spiller can't say, hey, this is my vertical slice, I want cash. They have to say, hey, this is my vertical slice, I want cash. And these peeps gotta get paid as well. So it's kind of like, again, friends, you'll have to forgive the analogy because I'm not batting on all cylinders. But it's kind of like bringing your ex to your new date. Like, it shouldn't affect things, but it's gonna be weird. Oh, hey, well, Spiller, I'm hoping that the recovery's going well, friend. And you know, you need us, you got us. Perio says we should just make a loot box game. That's the whole point. You open the boxes to get more boxes to open. And someone already did that on Newgrounds. It was called like Super DLC Quest or something. Park Program says game dev visual novel. Let me date the concept of Burnout. And see, this is what happens. You make jokes like this around game devs, and they start prototyping. Because Star's already saying, would we get a choice the flavors of Burnout to date, or do we not get to pick, just like in real life? real life game dev, you don't get to choose which part burns you out. Now, Caldera is saying that they're the kind of person that would donate to a game just to increase the likelihood of the game being finished. That's fucking great. That's brilliant. But going back to the dateable dragons, you need to have a way to find those people. Or, from your perspective, Caldera, there needs to be a way that you can find those games to support them. That's the tricky part. Because you're kind of doing it on a hope and a prayer. People like Sockpop are able to maintain a constant stream of supporters by relaunching small, quick games very fast. And maybe one or two of those games out of the, the hundreds they put out end up being a bang-busting success. But it does work, if you look at Sockpop's collection, I don't know, can we search on Steam by best-selling? Rico was asking if we can get a shark in every game we publish. We get publishing money, fine. Okay, so there's Sockpop. I don't think we can sort by revenue. Okay, feature... Oh, okay, so here's the list. New releases, upcoming releases. Top sellers, here we go. Alright, so let me bring this up on board. Sorry, so this is Sockpop. I've talked about Sockpop a lot. The Sockpop Collective have been making cute, quirky little indie games for 1,000 years. No, Miramoon EP is a different one. Which was the one with... God. Oh man, I've gone completely brain dead. Because it was Bamboo Heart was a small game inside like a collected minigame that I loved it. And what Sockpop do is they have a Patreon model. So you subscribe for X amount of dollars per month and they release games that you can get for free. Oh yeah, no, Star, it looks like, I mean, you're spot on before I even said it. Now, here's the fascinating thing. They release all of their titles as standalone games. The little... the sock icons lets you know what season of Sockpop games these are. And the reason why this is so fucking powerful is look at all these games. They're all $3. $3 a pop here. They're already being paid for and developed by Patreon. Not all of them are bangers. Some of them aren't great. I keep looking at Telltale, but sadly it's not there. They made a cracking, teeny tiny Dark Souls game that I loved. And look at this one! Dino game! It's got dinosaurs in it! What's not to like? But when you look at things like Stacklands that has 10,000 positive reviews on Steam. Now that game is only slightly more expensive at $5 a pop. But if you think of the percentage of users that purchase a game that leave a review, and that doesn't count people that got free codes. For those of you who don't know, if you review a game on Steam having been given the code, it doesn't count towards its positive or negative review. This is to stop people from inflating their own reviews or from complex review bombing. So out of all of these, Stacklands with an overwhelmingly positive 10k reviews has sold a fuck ton of copies. Now, that is a very clever way of doing things. Small, tight experiences, but with the possibility of any of them busting out. Yeah, Kestrel, you're right, Stacklands is amazing. It's got everything that was good about Cultist Simulator, and not the piece of shit that runs the studio. I like that Park and Star are continuing to develop this game dev visual novel. The two variants you can date are Burnout or Bernie Outerson, which is just Burnout in general, but it's got fancier tie or something. Hookshot's wait, this is not a cult. Now you see, the reason why Sockpop is so smart is they're able to develop, they're able to release, and they're able to publish their own titles with a chance of something getting off the chain. And yeah, well, so Hookshot, I'm whinging because I want to publish some games that don't make sense. To me, shamanistically, they make sense, but I can't make a business case. Like, if I DM one of my friends, and go, hey, I want 250k to publish a video game, and they go, tell me why you think this game should be published. I can't go, I've got more than a feeling. That's not a business case that you can make to another person. No matter what the 80s has told us. I have to be able to turn around and be like, oh, well, I think this game's going to sell X amount of copies, and I think it's worth it. Now, as part of a larger business plan of Weirder Games, maybe. But then I need to be able to say in words and numbers, I think that if we create a unique brand identity based around strange and weird and different, to differentiate ourselves from the slew of indie publishers just making pixel art games or publishing pixel art games, that we can actually make a difference. But then they're going to say, how much is it going to cost and how much are you going to make? And I'm going to go, which again is not a business case. Yeah, and Moose makes a good point that the 80s business plan was just cocaine. Yeah, Wolfgrad, you're right. I'm asking. This is the thing. I'm being too sensible. I just need to go right. I want $300 million because I have a feeling. Yeah, I need to just straight up white guy it. That's the other thing. Give me the confidence of a white man with mediocre knowledge of his craft. I need to do that. It makes perfect sense to me. Thank you, Dead Idiot Gaming. Thank you for getting in on my ground level business idea. Caffeine with. Let me tell you about them video games. Sadly, the era of cocaine and packets of money has stopped in the video game world. While I was at PAX, I got to talk to someone who lived through a lot of that era, and it was nice. It was nice to hear those tales again, because I didn't experience that part of the games industry. That was like late 80s, early to mid 90s in the UK. Danny, I am going to play some horror games. But there's one thing that I've learned from streaming a whole bunch, and two, not all horror games are worth your time to watch. Like, so Danny, I enjoy
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online.
Dandelion, Watto, and welcome.
Watto Blonde, how you be?
I'm doing good. These lovely Mother Hubbards are letting me basically dream at them about opening, like, Longship Publishing. Because Jackie's at the point that, you know, the viral potential is an interesting metric, but you can't... Oh shit, the bed! So firstly, Dandelion, thank you for 22 months. Sorry, had a lot of coffee, I'm on a roll, I'm like... Whoever that ghost was that just gifted 10 subs to the crowd, like it's no fucking big deal. They managed to get Mistakes Were Made, which... aside from Fuck You, I'm Dyslexic, might be the title of my book. Greya also got tagged. Freyanard, Basslope, Dragon Thing, Sir Wolf, Gil! Gilbot, nice, and Bryson the Robot. Damn. Oh, was it 8 subs? Sorry, I always assume people do it in the increments of 5. But no, whoever that was, that particular spooky ghost, seriously, thank you. Right now, we are grateful for any and all help we can get.
Stop
back
that
in yo.
incessant clicking.
Let me
Stop that incessant clicking.
let me finish my thought before we start going on to Bantermancy. Because Danny was saying watching someone play horror is interesting to see their reactions. Yes, I've played a lot of horror, and like the kind of
Stop that incessant clicking.
the ones that are really good for pacing and construction aren't always pure horror. So I try and make sure I pick games that really have that weight to them.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not cheering at the death of a sea creature, but apparently, according to Fearless, orcas off the coast of Seattle have been fighting sharks for me. And yeah, it's train time! Now, friends, do you want to know what the top score was for the train last time? I don't get involved because hype trains are a lot of fun, but they're just a visual representation of you keeping this whole fucking thing going. So, I'll give you the deets if you want them. Oh yeah, and as Caffeine's right, anyone who wants to get off at the first 2 stops in the train, you are SOL. No, but seriously, I don't mean to be blasé. Spiller, Spooky Ghost, Fearless, Caldera, Bacon, Crux, all of you. Feckin' thank you. I will say, if any of you are considering joining House Carl this month, please consider the Dramatic Duck instead. We would be very fucking grateful. We need food money. Which does lead into... so, Danny Sink, I am playing a shark horror game this Saturday to try and raise funds so we can buy food. So, spooky alerts will be available. You will be able to fuck with us fuck with me in real time. But Danny, if you ever want recommendations for horror games, like, I pride myself.
Tra-ah-ah-aim.
Yeah, Tron! Chew hecking chew, friends! Vanderbeest and Kestrel desperately trying to keep the pint glass salted. And Fred, how are you doing, Fred? Watto and welcome. So Fred, I haven't had the cash to pick up the Subnautica minis game. Well, the game from the Subnautica devs. Hey, Wolfgrad. I'm just feckin' grateful for it all, friends, you know? Right, you... Thank you. That's what I need to say. It's like, y'all are kicking ass on a train now. At the same time, we're talking about indie publishing, and I'm like... So, Star, the team behind Subnautica are doing a video game tabletop. Combat orcas! Defend me from sharks! I'm still reeling from finding out my birthplace is riddled with sharks. Yeah, so the team behind Subnautica are doing... It's like Moon something. Let me get you the link. But Moonbreaker. And the goal is to create the fun of tabletop minis games, sans the rest. I mean, hi, I am the Twitch's #1 shill of indie video games. Lovely to meet you. And Caffeine, joking aside, the fact that I can help people without having to charge them is because everyone here keeps us going. It's just I massively miscalculated how much the road trip was going to cost.
Chew hecking chew.
Chew heckin' chew. No, but seriously, all of you. Thank you. And why Shilly McShillison is shilling again, Sadlin. Thank you for asking. Oh, okay, Spiller, sleep well. I hope the recovery goes nice and smoothly. And it's good to see you. It's real good to see you. Yeah, and Star, we got our Purgatory Dungeoneer. It's downloaded. It's ready. Damien! Yeah, we shillin'. Cyborg Primate. Watto and welcome! I need to ask Floydo when he's free, but we will go back to Happenlands. Because, I mean, 1, it was feckin' fun. 2, I need to clear that game. I need to do that. Yeah, Damien, we're doing this. We're gonna... Yo!
You're a dramatic duck.
Crux, how could you do me like this? Was I the dramatic duck all along? The gasp! The gasp! But no, Crux, seriously, thank you. Because that's $5 towards food that we can use on the immediate. So we're very grateful. 1 whole heckin' train. But seriously, all of you, thank you so much.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah, so friendos, the game we're going to be playing today is called Purgatory Dungeoneer. I am so excited for this. If only because the entire marketing campaign to it seems to be, and then Damien writes something that hurts Zalavir in the brain. Dandelion, I am going to play Silt at some point. I don't know when. I believe it was Asari Greenfire that gifted me a copy. So, yeah, back in June. So it's sitting there looking at me. The other thing that I was going to mention on horror games is that a lot of people go hard only streaming horror games throughout October. And the thing is, we can only get scared
The
so
hype
much.
for the release of Purgatory Dungeoneer.
Yeah! We're doing this, Star. We're doing this. Damien is pointing out that the pain caused to Zalavir. There has been a lot of that, granted, because Damien was uncompromising on quality. I mean... Oh, okay. Hookshop. Have a lovely PAX Oz. We'll see you when we see you. And I hope things are going fucking great for your friend. Yeah, Fred, there we go. That's our publishing path. We'll start by publishing Anthem and then get Babylon's Fall. So Damien says that Zalavir edited the core plot writing, but the individual writing and combat design was left entirely to Damien. To the pain of all.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh shit! And whichever of you gifted a sub to Damien, that's really fucking cool. In case you couldn't guess, developer Damien in chat is the individual behind Purgatory Dungeoneer. Now this was a curious one, kind of going back to our indie publishing setup. Oh.
Your description of Purgatory Dungeoneer sounds like a hardcore Stardew Valley, which is awesome BTW.
Well, Caldria, I'm going to be able to show you it in just a moment. But what I wanted to highlight, sorry, where are my manners? Caldera, thank you for the 200 bits. Like I said, it keeps us fed, so we don't die. The interesting thing about Purgatory Dungeoneer is that, so Strange Scaffold is essentially, by my understanding, Zalavir's development company. It's small, light. I don't think it has many full-time team members aside from Zalavir, and they've put out a lot of games. Purgatory Dungeoneer is being published by Strange Scaffold, so Damien develops, and it's not that Zalavir doesn't get involved, but there's a differentiation. And indies publishing indie friends is a trend that I wholeheartedly support. Because there's a lot of things you learn by putting out a game on Steam. And if you have a success, or at least a critical reception, you can use that visibility to help lift your friends up. Or if you've got cash to pay your friendos to be able to make their weird-ass specking game, that's great too. Now, I've not asked Damien or Zalavir the details of their contract, nor would I, but I choose to see it as indie friendos helping indie friendos. And developer Damien Crawford of this particular game, has used that opportunity to create some of the most cursed concepts I have seen in game design. And we've been able to watch Zalavir just fucking unravel all year. It's been delicious. It's been frankly delicious. And sorry, if you want spooky alerts when we play Silt, then that's what it'll be. Oh, and Navalis. What up, friends? I didn't see you come in. Yeah, Kestrel, the great taste of cursed. And as Zalavir is someone who inflicted tomb scrolling upon all of us, I feel no pity. I feel that Zalavir deserves no mercy. And Zalavir's currently in Australia at PAX Oz right now, so... oh, and Damien was saying there's a few full-time people, but that's because they're on so many projects at once. Yeah. Oh, Star, thank you so much for asking. Oh yeah, so to echo Star's question, Damien, where is the best place that we can buy this game to support you? Because I've been pushing the Steam page, and again, friends, if you can't pick up Purgatory Dungeoneer right now, please give it a wish list, because it does bump it up. that's lovely. Damien's also adding that outside the last like month and a half up till launch, Damien's been left mostly to their own devices, which, as we've seen, isn't a thing that all publishers do. God. Damien, Star, did we talk about the Donkey publishing announcement before I went to LA? Did we talk about that? Because the line of, we're not going to get involved in development, but, you know, we want to... It was something like, but we know quality or something like that, that made me just go, ah! It's like every AAA contract, but without the money! Because let me tell you, friends, you don't sign with EA if you want creative freedom. You sign with EA if you want $1 squillion. Okay, so friends, you have two choices. I'm picking up Purgatory Dungeoneer if you directly want to help Damien and help this game succeed. You can pick it up on itch.io, which will be the most money directly to Damien. But if you buy it on Steam and leave a review, that will help a whole bunch. So it's whatever, either path can help Damien. I'm really looking forward to this. Well, I tell you what, Damien, when someone accidentally gives me millions of dollars, I am going to publish one of your games. Longship Studios is publishing you. I just don't know when. Yeah, and Star, if someone else doesn't beat me to it, I'm publishing your game as well. Decided. This is it. This is it. Will's decided he's going to be a publisher now. This is what I'm going to do. Alright, who do I know that's got millions of dollars and very, very little, well, no, and has a serious taste for chaos? Well, so Damien, what I do with yourself is I basically, it was a concept that a friend of mine put forward, which is when interacting with individuals that have a style of game creation that they like working on repeatable. So what I do, Damien, is aside from like a tentpole release, if you wanted to do something big and spicy, I'd be like, all right, we'll just do the sock pop method. Like, you put out small, weird, fecked up titles throughout the year, and you get yearly salary. So that way, Longship Studios is putting out content, and you get to just keep making games that make people go, what the fuck is this? Caldera's like, I can barely imagine $50 in power. Let me tell you, when you get the Caldera, when you get to the dizzying heights of $62 in power, then you shall truly look upon the earth. Yeah, sadly, Mega Boss, the one thing I can't give you is time. And Sadlin, that whole thing hurts me so much because it's so tone deaf. On the Donkey video, he said he was uniquely placed to know what good games are and will only publish good games. Now, friends, no game sets out to be shite, apart from a handful. Every game in every pitch meeting is perfect and brilliant and will be the new paradigm. It'll be GTA meets Hollow Knight with fucking Destiny MMO features. I don't know. And then real life happens. Yeah, I mean, dude, you're right. Every game that isn't made is perfect. But I can assure you, like, any game that you think of that's a proper stinker, aside from, like, meme games like Bad Rats and stuff like that, like, let's take Dark Sector. Dark Sector was what was originally meant to be Warframe, but you were an assassin. You were a biomechanical assassin on a spaceship. You were the ninja xenomorph killing people. And through publishing deals repeatedly, it ended up being a third-person action Resident Evil 4-ish game with a glaive where you go to Russia because of reasons. Like, there was never an intent to make a mediocre game. Yeah, and the thing was, and then we got Warframe afterwards, which was their creativeness. Now, here's the question. Like, no one could have known that Warframe was going to be the banger. And the only thing that helped Warframe succeed was eyeballs. But that's a whole nother... Anyway, watch the no-clip documentary on Digital Extremes and how Warframe got made. Because that will show you why publishing isn't just pick good games. Now, I'm going to say some nice things about Damien. So, Damien, you might want to cover your ears because I'm going to be complimenting you. So, if we put on our little business hat and we go, all right, so who would we sign? What we can do is we can go over to itch.io and we can look at Damien's catalogue of games. They all have a light novel style or that kind of vibe when it comes to their naming convention, which means they put forward a concept that is meant to either make the user laugh or challenge them. But there's a consistent through line in all of them. I mean, the golfing experience is probably the most out there of Damien's titles, and that one still has that, like, it's ridiculous challenge brutality. It's a threat of a golf game. But that one's the anomaly in the set, and as an anomaly, it's at a very high quality point. So, publishing something from Damien would be a very easy business case, because I can say, look at this person, they've made loads of great games, they all have a consistent through line, this makes sense, right? When it comes to bigger projects, things get way more fishtaily. And the kind of projects that I want to publish, there isn't a precedence. I can't say, this is like X popular thing, so sign it. And I can't say, this team have made things that are already very successful, publish it. I just have to go into a meeting and go, whee! Give me some money! Why? Because I want to publish a game! Is it going to do well? I don't know! It might be shit! No, it's... But that's my point. Like, no one sets out to make a bad game. God. Well, I'll tell you this, friendos. If there is a sphere of the games industry that just does cocaine parties and publishing deals, I've not been allowed to meet them yet. Anyway, alright. Damien, sorry, you can come back. Done saying nice things about you. Oh, God. Remember when we hung out with Damien and he was all like, look at me, I'm a game to... I can't even insult you. Damn it, I'm bad at this. Usually, in the British games industry, we have what's called the circle of abuse, which isn't a nice term, but what it means is that everyone in the British games industry rips the piss out of each other as to create more of a baseline working environment. So usually, like, you rip the piss out of your friends to keep everything kind of level. Damien's like, as if I want people to perceive me. Oh, yeah, Salem, you're right. They're too worried they get outed by the once Duke of London. And Fred, well, obviously, I've never, ever, ever consumed illegal substances, nor would I condone them on this Twitch.television. But hypothetically, if I ever had, it would basically be like that scene in Assassination Classroom, where there's two wills having two conversations, but it's just me flitting back and forth. Right. Now, enough faffermancy, dear friends. Let's get this game started, because there's a lot of reading. So this will be a... This will certainly be a slow-going title for me, so please bear with me. My apologies if there's, like, misreadings and stuff like that. But, again, I really, really hope that you all, like, at very least, like, wishlist and punt this game. A tweet has been deployed. So if you would be so kind as to retweet and jam on this Mother Hubbard, get some more feckin' eyeballs on this game. Right, okay, last thing about the donkey thing that annoys the hot fuck out of me. I'm sorry. I am still mad about it. I know it's been weeks, but sometimes the difference between a game selling good and the game's selling great is pure dumb luck. Like, far more than it is considered. And one of the things that strikes me is Everhood. Now, Everhood has not done badly. Oh, God! Ah! Ah! My... No! Oh. Scared the hell out of me! I'm so sorry to all of you on headphones. Yeah, we were absolutely not ready for the power of that soundtrack. No, Viganaro, I'll get the visuals on screen in just a second. Hello. Excuse me. Streamlabs. I'm gonna need you to get on this. So Jackie, whilst I'm fixing this one, so I love the idea of Marauders. I can't afford it at the moment. As we were saying, we got wiped out by the road trip, so I'm just... That's one of the reasons why we're doing a Shark Saturday, is so I can raise cash to eat. Okay. This is being rebellious, so I just need to do some slight twerks. Bear with me just a second, dear friends. This feckin' soundtrack slaps, though. There we go. Boosh. So yeah, so Jackie, I'm very intrigued by Marauders because World War One kind of almost diesel punk sci-fi hardcore shooty gun bang. Like, sign me up. Alright, this is my last whinge before we begin this, but it's just... I'm never going to police people's tastes, and I'm never going to, like, get mad at my peers or what have you, but sometimes it gets very frustrating when I try and tell people about great and interesting games, and I look at what they're playing, and they're like, can't wait for the new Call of Duty, which is a remake of the old Call of Duty. And I'm like, if you want to shoot stuff in the face, like, let me get you something good. I feel like the weird parent who's only allowed to have the kids on weekends, and all they want to eat is, like, cheese, peas, and tuna, and I'm like, let me get you this fucking super filet mignon casserole or whatever. I don't know food. Okay, jumping back to the game at hand. Damien did want to say that when working on this game, they would tell RJ... sorry, what's RJ's name, so I can say it proper? But yeah, I assume the musician behind this. And Damien would always say, no notes, this is just amazing. Filet mignon casserole. Yeah, Caldera, it's the new Happy Meal food. Anyway, let's get this party started. RJ Lake. Thank you, Damien. These tracks slap, though. Any chance we'll see the soundtrack on Spotify or Bandcamp or anything? God, I should have invited Chorby round for voices. Dot Dot says, so, we finally meet. What is your name again? Use the arrows and WASD keys to move the characters. Alright, what's our name? If you want to listen to the soundtrack from this, it is on Bandcamp. Tomorrow is Bandcamp Friday. You can buy this and support the Creator Direct. Also, the title is Spell My Name with a Bang.bandcamp. Alright, so, J-Post, we're not calling our character Shark. Strong Bonk. Strongest Bongus. Wiljaneer.
Humble store purchase made for year 29,99.
Whoever that was that picked up that video game on Humble, thank you kindly. That keeps me alive. I know it's a lot of faff. I'm very grateful, alright? I like Strongest Bongus. Or Strong Bonk. Alright, can anyone beat Strong Bonk? Regret. Willimus. Oh shit, Averick, was RJ on Homestuck back in the day? Fluty Matslapsack.
Sensors online.
Jesus!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
15 months, hecking week.
Heckin' wee! Gitned, thank you for the 15 months. I'm tempted with park programs on Cookie, because we did it all for a cookie. Strongest Bongus does work well, but I don't think we'll have enough characters. So we get 1, 2... Oh, guess he doesn't know how to spell. Oh, shit. Dante's second attempt. Fuck, that's good. Where's delete? This is not going according to plan. Got bonk. So Caldera says we get 12 characters. So Strongest Bongus might be too much. Senior underscore. Escape to delete. Thank you. Damien says there was a 12 character limit to the name. Naturally, the test name to use was Poot. Alright, we get 12 characters. So sadly, Strongest Bongus and Dante's second attempt. Cookie is a contender right now. Greetings, Dungeoneer Cookie. A great well. The name Escape to Delete. That's pretty good. Jailburb. Grubmaster. Dan 2, the sequel to Dante's Inferno. Too Dance, Too Furious. Strong Bonk is back. Cookie McGee. Cookie McGee works, I think. It does. Cookie McGee works. All right. Can anyone beat Cookie McGee? Strong Bonk's not bad. All right. Cookie McGee, let's go. Well, greetings! I'm Lydia, your new secretary. From what I understand, you weren't given too much information about the situation, so okay. So, your grandfather died, and in his will, that's me, he declared you as the one to inherit this land. The dungeon and the property surrounding it, including the buildings such as this one, belong to you. Oh, damn it! Eric, did you just trick me into naming it after a shark? Bastard. As for why I'm here, you can think of me as an enforcer of the will. It's me, I'm the will. I've already received my payment as per his last wishes, so I've taken the liberty of setting up some things in your advance. So, now that you know why we're both here, let's talk about your responsibilities as the new caretaker of this land. Follow me. Use the arrow keys to move around. Alternatively, you can open up the menu with escape and change the controls in the options. Or just use the mouse on most controllers. Better not to leave, I just got here. Alright, welcome to Pub. So this says, welcome to the guild! This is one of 2 buildings currently on the property. Also, legally, very important, now, legally, this isn't a guild. Though, we'll call it that for the sake of your tax burden. Ah! This is a retirement home, specifically for adventurers. And with their assistance, you can make use of the dungeon for resources. In time, this can become a proper town. And I will raise at this point, that this is what's expected to come from your stewardship, based on your grandfather's last wishes. The people here, they know what's expected of them too. Alright, Damien, if you do like a fully voiced director's cut of this, talk to and recruit a group of, let's say, 5 of your residents. Then come back and talk to me. You can talk to any of the characters at the tables by going up to them and press and enter. Determine what class and level they are by examining their guild card. You can also check out the other rooms for recruits, though most are empty. Recruit your favourites and know that every adventurer left behind also contains their own stories. Way to make me feel guilty! Shit. Alright, let's check the side rooms first. Alright, Angel, sleep well. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, and I hope the sleep comes well. Alright, let's go talk to Big Wolf. My name is Bortle Stetseg. Pleased to meet you. Bortle Stetseg, Knoll Hunter. What is it? Alright, so we can recruit or have a look at their guild card. Alright, so they're a level 1 Knoll Hunter. Hunters are an offensive agility class. Mark weaknesses make an enemy take more damage from the next attack. Track down debuffs for armor and evasion. Pack leader passively increases the party's agility and armaments. They deal damage on their own, but help high burst of damage. Let's get the Dag with us. Alright, Noel, you're with us. Alright, let's see who else is around here. Sunan. Sunan is a Grub Shadow Mage. Level 1. They're a logic-based damage class. The Shadow Cloak deals damage while lowering their own aggro. Purging Darkness deals damage into spells. Oh, so by the way, so Fred, and those of you that really enjoy like tabletop systems and things like that, this game will hurt you in the best way. Like, the golf game hurt me as a test of endurance. This will hurt you in terms of systems, and I can't wait. Damien says doing the character box for 420 characters was a massive pain. Let's do it! Never mind. We can get a mage anywhere, so let's meet some of these others. This is Antoli, who is a Nephil Cleric. What the fuck is a Nephil Cleric? Oh, so it's just a regular cleric. Alright. Blah, blah, blah. Saying nice things to deities. Who's this here? Midwidia. As a scout. Never mind. We can do better. Keldra says this is giving them Log Horizon flashbacks in a good way. Nalfla is a Gruck guard. Nah. I only wanted the Knoll because Knolls are basically big puppies. I'm just having a look around to see if we can find some spicy classes. Oh, here we go. Who's this? Need something? A muter. Oh, a Kitsune Mimic. Fuck yeah! That's like Fox Ninja Mimic. Let's go. Check their guild card, but yeah. Damien says don't do the Mimic. Why do you hate fun, Damien? Why do you hate fun? Why? Have I personally offended you? So this is your call, but they're tricky. The stance that gives them role to play, they can shift into other roles. Their versatility is second to none, and they always have something to do that they take time and practice to really understand. I mean, Damien, you're here. You can tell us how to kick ass with a Mimic. Like, I'll talk to the other person first, but like... And Lizzie is right. You're telling me not to push the button. You know what? We've met Casimir, the vampire tourist. They're coming with us. Casimir, vampire tourist. Tourists are defensive health-focused class. Oblivious lowers multiple stats to raise their own armament. Sightsee passively buffs the party's regen and removes debuffs. Tourists are meant to tank through obliviousness, to take in what the dungeon has to offer, and somehow remain standing. Fuck yes. Welcome to the team. Your name is a tourist. I wish I had the ability to rhyme. Oh, Vanderbeest asks, how many party members can we have? Don't know. By the looks of things, we can have one more. So skills, they've got R&R, passive is vampire. Oh, Damien says so we can have 5, though certain classes... oh yeah, there is autosave. Certain classes reduce the limit to 4. Okay. Alright, so we'll come back to the Mimic. See, I am capable of listening to advice. But like I said, I wish I had even a modicum of vocal talents, because I would weaponize this beat. Dave was also saying the guild cards show what the characters can become, but it takes time. Alright. Alright, so let's see who's else we've got around here, because we've got one Knoll. My name doesn't really matter, I'm Maid, I guess, like Mayday. They're an adventurer. Boring! Looking for healers? I can manage, I'm Raz, the healer. Boring! We've already got a tourist. Okay, this is Rometer, the android arcanist? Alright, that's cool wizard words. Arcanist, a logic-based damage class that buffs themselves and debuffs targets. Supercharge removes logic buffs. Welcome to the party. Alright, so who are you? Oh, there's a little thoughts there. I'm Gantugler, the Knoll crossbowman. Nah, we got one Knoll. You gotta have a really cool gimmick. We haven't met yet. I'm Widimaru, don't forget. A Gonk Commando. Nah, we good. Oh, piss off then, don't waste my time. I feel like we need someone to break some more face. We'll come back for the Mimic, I reckon. We'll come back for the Mimic. Who's this? We talk. Oh yeah, there's Shadow Mage. Never mind. Who were you again? Nah, we've already got a tourist for healing. Vanabis, I do believe that Widamaru is the evil counterpart of Minimaru. And don't even ask about Willamaru Wiluigi. Yeah, let's... You know what? I went for a bit there. It did not work. It did not work. Alright, let's get a big chunky guard. Alright. Actually, what is a commando? Commando is strength-based damage. Memory of raid inflicts dot while removing buffs. Combat support heals while buffing speed. Very straightforward. Focus on consistent damage. Alright, you're in, mate. It's against the... Hey!
Gary Quill just purchased RPG Legends, Baldur's Gate and Beyond for $20.
Feckin' yo! Yeah, Durry, that's really feckin' kind of you. And, like, Durry, Jackie, again, I know it's a pain in the ass going through, like, support links, but it really helps, so feckin' yo! Downer says it's Friday here, so it can't be too bad. Yo! All of our Australia friends are currently at PAX Oz right now. In fact, a few people logged in to say hi before heading to the con. Bring group 5 adventurers back to me.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey!
Yeet.
Yeet, yeet, yote. We get to have one more. So, who was asking about the bear? Yeah, personally defunct, it has been a while, but I hope you're doing well. Watto and welcome. And, seriously, thank you for the 15 months. Like, our friendo count is over 400. That still blows my fucking mind. So, thank you. Oh, down on a dwarf. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting your NZ. That's the atypical mistake. Yeah, and the thing is, there's like, what is it? Is it Apocalypse or the little traveling convention? The one that came down to Dunners that just wasn't good. Who are you again? I'm sorry, Damien. You can teach me how to use the Mimic. We need 5. The Mimic's coming with. So to recap, our team currently is we have Cookie McGee, a level 1 Heritor. Bolor Setseg, the Null Hunter. Casimir, the Vampire Tourist. Roy Matter, the Android Arcanist. Widamaru, the Gank Commando. And Yuta, the Kitsune Mimic. Damien says, as the person that made the Mimic, I'm not teaching anyone anything. It's a nightmare. You know what? I knew this was where we were going to be today. Alright, good. This will work. Now, head on over to the dungeon. There'll be something in there that'll help you with the other half of the work. If you want to swap out members of your party, talk to me and I'll take care of reseating everything. Alright. I have paperwork to do. Construction meeting needs planning. Head out the front door, enter the building to connect to the dungeon. That's organizer speak for fuck off. Damon says, if you're going to take them through a dungeon test, the tutorial run isn't the worst way to go. This seems fine. Actually, I want to make sure everybody's all lined up. No. Come back here. I remember 1,000 years ago working for like 3-4 days to make this little effect in RPG Maker 95 so that all my parties would follow along. Good times. Alright, so you're... The fairy's like, alright, so your new management, name's Browen. I guard the gate to this dungeon hall by your leave, of course. And when your group goes in, I'll make sure that the only thing that comes back out... I've peeked you a few times. If I'll be honest, curiosity getting the better of me, and gets weird down there. Pretty fucking weird. Good thing is, you've got an experienced crew, eh? Don't worry if anyone falls in there either. We have ways of getting them out and bringing them back. So, off you go. Yeah, this is me auditioning for the voice of the fairy. Alright, the dungeon is simple to navigate and constantly shifting. In the dungeon, there's no turning back. You cannot retreat from encounters or leave before your journey is complete. There are no hidden rooms or corridors. Simply interact with the centerpiece to progress. But by the way, the dungeon can be an unforgiving place. Just in case, the game will autosave every time you enter. Using the autosave is completely optional. Yes! Damien says that was the voice they had in mind. I got the part. In your face, everyone else who would have auditioned if they'd gotten the chance. Bam! Okay. A divine statue is before you. Or at least it's trying really hard to seem like one. Oh, that bass! This is giving me, like, Scott Pilgrim Battle of the Bands vibe. In battle, you select commands for your party to act on. Attack deals damage without further costs. Skills use resources, often MP, and incur various effects. If you can't pay the price, you can't use the skill. Focus on timing with these two commands to defeat enemies. Alright. So, Ballslag is our... Alright, Ballslags are... God, I can't fucking remember. Whatever. Ballslag, just attack the fairy. Casimir, you had some cool shit. Removes debuffs from... Oh, okay. Casimir's our tourist. Deals low time damage to a single target. There we go. Deals low damage explosives. Let's just rob this fairy. Alright, so skill. Fuck. Alright, so we're on to the Mimic, right? So the Mimic can just attack. As passive, it's a Kitsune. So it has 200% aggro and a load of buffs. But its MP is more expensive. However, the skills are grants the users a buff from another class. Stance. Grants users the debuff from another class. The endurance, the dangerous, the recovery. Let's go irresponsible. Okay, Yuna is now irresponsible and has lost a bunch of HP. Oh, fuck me, running! Okay, as a Mimic, we've become irresponsible, so we can now cast Terrible Doom, Terror, Sacrificial Prayer, and Ferocious Thrusts. Look, I get it. It's not even 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But sometimes, you gotta lean into those Ferocious Thrusts. Thrust or nothing. After finishing most rooms of the dungeon, you can choose between 2 doors. Each door will have an impact on your party and the remainder of your current journey. More detailed tutorials about the door and other elements will be added throughout the game and can be accessed in the items. For now, keep in mind that doors have effects they apply in battle for the rest of the current dungeon. Oh yeah, that victory music fucking slaps! Okay, and our Mimic status returns to normal now. Obviously, we're going to go through the gold shiny door. This door grants impatient armor. This door grants weakening logic. Nah, armor's for nerds. The blood splatter seems a bit large. Actually, it seems to be moving. Alright, several skills will cause status effects with each different impact. Beneficial status effects are called buffs, negative debuffs. Buffs make life easier. Debuffs actively don't. They can both be removed with certain skills. Direct is good, but removing debuffs and applying buffs to your party will be critical. Alright. Deals low toxic damage to all. So we've got a way to remove debuffs for later, but we can just do some attacks. Oh, Damien says that that's actually the base dungeon theme. It just paced with the combat. That's feckin' cool. Let's go for Vandal. Okay, so now our Mimic can do Riotous Night. MP regen. Oh, okay. So, friends, basically the Mimic is like Tony Hawk's Tony Hawk's murderfucker. That's what I meant to say. So, we choose a stance, and then each stance gives us a set of attacks, but then each attack moves into a different stance. So if we do extra ruin, that means we get more attacks. But if I do Riotous Night, we'll then Ollie outie of Vandal into Discordant. Molten Barrage will feck up everybody, but will put us into a cautious stance, and Violet Prayer becomes Refurbisher. So we're going to do extra ruin. What's up?
Sleepy baby boy.
Oh, why is he so sleepy? The sleepiest little hello! Look who's come to say hello. Yeah, these are the peoples that keep you alive. Well, these are the peoples that help us buy you food. The best baby boy. Yeah, dog break.
Dog break.
Dog break. Now back to the dungeon. Oh man. Star says hi feet. Nivan says boo boo boo. Yes. Also, Amos was so powerful that we just crushed that entire dungeon. Not crashed, crushed. Turn my sound up. Because these tunes slap. Alright, since this is a tutorial, we recover HP and MP after a fight. Future journeys will not grant you that, so be careful. Alright, so we have a choice between this door grants final moil. When only one enemy remains, they get health steal. Fuck off. Uncertain speed. We can be slow. We're violent. So Damien says that the idea behind the Mimic was like Maxi from Soul Calibur. If you mash ability, something will happen. If you know your timings, you go from one stance into the next. Well, we sure could use a drink. While you have a large party, there are times when enemies may outnumber you. As you go further into the dungeon in a single journey, penalties will also accumulate. It's better to focus down on a primary cause for your misery. Sorry, is it better to focus down on the primary cause for your misery, or try to weaken all the enemies at once? That's up to you, but don't be afraid to change tactics when the battle changes. So we've got a pirate, a taboo user, and a Gorgon geomancer. Alright, we'll poison them all. I'll try and tank down the Gorgomancer. But we're definitely going to be fucking irresponsible for this fight. Because that deals damage. Oh, that's... okay. Yeah, terrible doom. Let's go! This whole soundtrack's got this kind of... I don't know. It feels like an underground rave cover of Hades. I don't know a better way to say it. It's fucking going hard. Alright, so we got one little... Lydia's like, welcome back! It seems the dungeon ensured your first journey would be a fruitful one. I would not presume to expect similar treatments in the future. Now, let's go over what you gained. Romancer is now level 2. Winmada is level 2. Bort's Leg is level 2. Yuda's level 2. Kramer is 2. When characters level up, they get a small increase to state and will usually gain an additional skill. We'll go over that later. Oh, we got 81 gold and 6 fury. 8 illness. 10 movements. We gained 2 distance. You gain golden resources based on how far you make it through the journey, what doors you went through, and the enemies you confronted. If the party fails the journey through the dungeon, they'll only receive the golden resources they earned up until that point. Party members don't gain levels from a failed journey, and if it was a specific quest, that quest will need to be attempted again. So now you've completed your first journey. Let's head back to the dungeon entrance. Lydia, Cookie McGee, meet Luigino. Hello there! Whether it's arms or armour, I got him. Luigino is a large variety of things that can be worn whenever. Your residents have body parts and equivalent appendages, all at a bargain price. Or if you want to go for the just entities, have 11 slots for equipment, weapon off-hand, hands, head, feet, waist, torso, legs, feet, back, and neck. That might seem like a lot to you, but you just buy a few of everything, see how it goes, as the kids feel. Also, no, Nagano sells no magic rings. You want to wear a gold chain to the proper gauntlet? Fabulous, love it. But you can't put on shiny rings while wearing gauntlets and brass knuckles. Yeah, I prefer the landing. My equipment is easily altered for different bodies too, so anyone can equip boots regardless of if they've got feet, hooves, tail for a body. Hop! The one exception is slime. Equipment needs something solid to attach to. The guard respects and fears the solid liquid state that all slimes occupy. Anyway, just remember, if it's gear you need, call Linguino. Unless slimes are involved, then Linguino is helpless. I'll leave you to browse my stock. You can use the gold you gained from your successful journey to buy things here. And don't expect to get everyone fully equipped just yet. You all have all the time you want, and the dungeon provides. Meet me back in the guild hall when you're ready. Oh, is this guy? Alright. -1 dev. So many different kinds of stats. Add a bell, add a mace. Add a scythe. Holy crud in a bin bag. There's a gun! So we've only got 80 gold to work with. Armor's probably the best one. Plus strength, plus agility, plus log, plus dev. The fact that development skill is a stat in this game. Armament. But then minus accurate and critical. Effect me running. Yeah, Damien, this is feckin' brilliant. Okay. Let's see if there's any just, like, generisal, useful armor. That's usually my go-to in titles like this. Kept warm, kept safe. Fear is for the weak. And that's just, like, health stealing. A sign of one's vitality at the cost of others. There's the name of one no longer important. Holy crud. Damien says wait to get to the crafting system. Wait. Back in where? Back in where? Weighted to empower, though it causes faster fatigue. Interesting. Yeah, Mega Boss. The only way this game could be perfect is if there's a fishing minigame in here somewhere. That's the only thing it needs. Damien says crafting involves resources like distance and strands. Damien, did you sneak in another stranding game? Is this what... have you and Zalabir been... Is this the Death Stand equivalent of tomb scrolling? Am I going to get to the end of this game and be like, did you? Damon's adding the crafted stuff is almost all conditional, like grants 30% armament and dev when past turn 3. Sorry, Damien goes on to say that they struck stands in there. They snuck strands in, so this isn't a Zalavir conspiracy. However, they let no one give them feedback on the crafting. You're gonna do to Final Fantasy fans what Golf did to me. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna say. I just need to quickly send a link to this to someone, because I realised... I realised there are some people that need to know about this game that I haven't told, and yes, I do need to tell them right this second. Percy Defunct asked if anyone's tried Bone Labs yet. I haven't. I don't have a VR set up to try it, so sadly I haven't had the chance. Though there was an interesting discussion about how the opening does like some really content warning worthy stuff that isn't mentioned until it happens. And a lot of people were like, hey, we would have preferred a heads up. But it's from the same team that did Boneworks, so like, the VR shooty gun bangingness, if you can get your sea legs for it, is very good. It is Final Fantasy Legend, okay. Alright, and the deed is done! Alright, sorry about that. Thank you for bearing with me, friends. Okie dokie Lokies. So let's try a proper run before we start spending any cash. No, sorry, Lydia has some business with you. Then you can go down again. Aye. Oh, so personally defunct. It isn't necessarily that I'm against that. It was just one of the interesting things was that no one thought to add potentially like a warning for people for who that might be a really big no-no. So that was where the discussion came from, and it's Bone Labs. Well, and I guess all the works from that particular team have always felt very specific. I think it was one of those situations where they just didn't consult enough people in it. And it's not a topic that we can't tackle in video games. It's just sometimes people need to be made aware of what they're getting themselves in for. Especially in VR, where you're actually asking the person to be in that situation. You're not asking a user to just observe a character doing a thing. You're asking them to be there. Anyway, Lydia says, you might have noticed there's some new faces around here now that you've returned. More residents will arrive as the town expands, and as you take adventurers through successful journeys, other classes of adventurers will become available as the journeys are successfully completed, such as archers arriving after a crossbowman has made it through the dungeon, etc., etc. Now you've gone through dungeon once, try taking some new faces through. You want to connect as many residents as you can, right? And we have a quest board. So whoever this was says, sorry, I was distracted with this book. I'm Arnie, a slime anarchist. You'll need something. Alright, so we have too many people at the moment. Alright, there we go. So we've opened up the pit. So we're going to change our android for a slime. Welcome to the party. I'm going to recruit Raz the healer. That was a lot of words about physical and mental therapy, and I am now afraid. And I do want to bring on Noel. Hey, who are you? Wetu, the android commando. Yeah, I'll take an android commando. Moonbrook, thank you kindly for the follow. Plateau and welcome. Oh, Dead Idiot, have a lovely rest of your day, and I'm glad I got to show you some of this game. Like, we're going to be getting into some serious RPG nonsense here, so you might want to put on your giving Will decent advice caps, because I'm going to bloody need it. Here's the thing. I've never been great at these kind of RPGs, but weirdly what I do have is patience, so I will grind. I will grind like there's no tomorrow. Also, I'm definitely bringing our null friend with us. So how many slots we got? We got one more slot. So who's the newbie that's coming with us? Oh, Moonbrook. I'll try not to belt out too many spoilers while you're hanging, but it's already feckin' brilliant. Megaboss was saying, speaking of good advice, I'm going to bed. Right, so this is Ampron. Yes, their faces like they're a grub hunter. No, we don't hunt grubs here. That's uncouth. Whether you give or receive orders, I'll make it work. Another commando. Now we're good. So we've got a different commando. Damien says, you'll understand if you see the slime's passive. Let's have a look. Hot damn. attacks again each turn, can't use equipment passive, but they are beefy. Plus 30% to most of the good stats and additional HP and MP regeneration. Frackin' yo. Give me the good shit today. Alright, let's see who else we can find. I'm scoffing down some Drangos. So, is that a centaur? It's a centaur tourist. I mean, never mind, but that's fucking cool. It's hanging out with a vampire tourist. Oh, it's been like, let me know when you go somewhere cool. A Cyclops mimic? Look, I'm not made of stone. Alright, the squad's together. To recap, we have a slime anarchist, an angel healer, an android commando, a null hunter, and a cyclops mimic. Let's go, baby! In this house, we stand mimics. So, Damien pointing out again that they had no oversight because there are 28 races, each with different traits. And, Damien, how many classes were there in this game again? Just asking for a friend. Trending non-gamer, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. It took him a few seconds to realize that the guild wasn't a single infinitely looping screen. It's the kind of thing that I feel like I'm gonna end up drawing like a big old map of at some point. And the thing I said to a friend was that this is basically like Final Fantasy Legend, but good. And as somebody who played Legend, I know that game is both awesome and feckin' terrible. So Damien says there are 105 classes, 28 races, and each race has 15 classes. And each one has 4 variants. You know, as it is. Alright, let's do it like we mean it! Damien's saying that all of that totals out about 420. Blaze it. Oh, it's a Lich Lancer. Alright. Alright, well, we don't need to heal anybody right now. I think we'll just wail on this person. It's time to be a fucking vandal! Let's fucking do this! Fucking hell! I mean, yay, but we just got our ass handed to us. Now, can I use healing skills when we're out and about? Yeah, so now we need to find a way to regen. Okay. Oh, Moonbroot's asking if we can rename the characters. This door grants mini recovery. When your MP is above 50, you get minus 40 per kit. Oh no, we're very MP reliant. Disregarding logic. When your MP is under 50, you get less logic. Well, joke's on them. We're incredibly illogical. Wait, does the slime get 2 fucking turns? That's feckin' powerful!
Logic is a wreath of pretty flowers that smells bad.
Ah! I didn't realize the slimes were going to be so bullshit awesome. So what are your skills? So I'm going to try using the Mimic as a refurbisher. Because we need a way to get back... We need a way to get back MP somehow. Because we've got a good healer. Oh yeah, remember it, this music feckin' slaps. Like, the stream does not do this music justice. Okay. Also, I really appreciate having the mouse to be able to mouse over all of the different buffs and otherwise. Makes it so much easier to understand. Damien's like, wait, MP recovery this early on? You've not been following my character arc. Oh! I'm what they call in the business fucked! Get some more dots on this Mother Hubbard, right. Increases one's accuracy, critical chance, and damage. We want something to just... Feck it, we'll go for... Alright, Moo, we'll go for Sure Shot, so we can start doing some hurt. Yeah! Okay, so Damien was saying that angels have high MP costs to counter their power. Race passives change the feel of each. Interesting. Ugh. Enemy HP regen? Nuh-uh. After 3 turns, enemies get faster. I'll take that over regen. So I don't have to kill the same closet multiple times. A cupboard? Here? Fuck it, let's open it up and see what's inside. Ah, it's full of monsters! It's full of a gnome? Fucking gnomes, man. Alright. It's interesting that we, when we're in the overworld, that we actually have a, like, stats and a health bar. I'm curious about that one. Please explode this fucking gnome! Yeah! So what have we got here? This door grants the Oath of Orpa. Plus logic, but minus strength and pie. Nah, we good. What about over here? When no enemies have been KO'd, you get minus armor. Ooh. A personally defunct, possibly. Alright, so everyone's got to be... You know, we just got to blitz through armor. Minus 50% strength could really make our day a lot more difficult than it needs to be. I'm not falling the same trick twice. Just move and let's fight already. Ah! Yelling at mimics. Okay, increases the party's max HP, protects the target from attack, increases damage for 4 turns. Just hurt him. Just please kick this person's ass. So Damien says most roguelikes give power scaling increases on runs, and this is often a game of picking between the least bad. Where to know? Shit. Have we got anything that can heal Wetu up? Not outside of combat. Piss! Kestrel, I hope you brought enough pizza, because all I've got is Drangos right now. Back here. Sorry, friends. The choices there was between. Sorry, the choices there was between even more minus strength, which would have put us down to minus 90% strength. Oh, Kestrel, if you could, that would be lovely. Just thumb that pizza into the router. That's how we get it done. Tank the gnome. Tank the gnome. Yeah, no offense, but you're not going to make it through this Wetu. And you don't have any skills that we can activate, so very good. Yeah, it's time to be irresponsible, my friends. Oh, irresponsible Cyclops! Get dunked on! Fucking Normsman! Oh, J-Post, Chaos RPG is brilliant and everything I was hoping for. Boosh, get doomed on. No! Where to? You were supposed to be the best of us. Yeah! NBD! Back in one piece! Let's see what we got! Level 2, level 2, level 2, level 2. 120 gold, what, 19. 4 Fury, not to be confused with 4 Furries. Vestiges, Illness, 24 Moments, Repose. Look at all these goodies. Is that a fucking octopus? Oh shit! So to your left we have tenants who will help keep the guild hall organized and tight. To the right as Nadia, talented mason. Alright. It's colder here than I expected. Let's get to business. So right now there are only 2 buildings in town, which won't do in the long term. It reminds people of what they've lost. Damien, why are you like this? I have no idea where you get the lumber and the rock, but first I'm on a construction dock. It should be an inn. Most folks want a place to eat and sleep, pretend to dream. Even if this place doesn't have beds, it won't violate local ordinance. Since you're the one making them, but... sorry. Even if this place doesn't have beds, it won't violate local ordinance since you're the only one making them. But it has to be a violation. Alright, so we need lumber. Ren mentions a new location appeared in the dungeon recently. So, like, information on harder zones. The dungeon can now be difficulty 2. Okay. So now we're getting to the point where we can choose the difficulty of the dungeon. Alright. Yeah, Damien, that felt like a Zalavir line. You're right, I should have spotted that. Dustin saying they think they saw Irresponsible Cyclops open for Hollywood Undead back in 2015. Okay, so healers, devotion class. I can get a spider medic. Alright, Slime, you're coming with me again. Like, being able to have that double hit Slime off the bat was feckin' great. But let's see who else has shown up. Because we're going to get a spider healer. I don't think I'm quite ready for a level 2 adventure just yet, but... I am Altus Renani and I do what must be done. Ooh, a Dark Hunter. Dark Hunter is an agility-based damage class. Motion deals damage while removing agility debuffs and increasing it further. Patient Shadow deals damage while giving themselves HP regen. They have sustained opinions, but are better at using those as a stopgap. I prefer using their time to deal damage. Alright, welcome to the party, Dark Hunter. Hunter. Alright, Catastros, go have a lovely rest of your evening. Sleep well. Let the Final Fantasy nerds know this is a game they need. I'm not quite sure how you'd go about doing that. I'm trying not to think about it too heavily. I'm taking the Centaur Tourist with us. I want to do one more round of just battling through before we start doing the harder stuff, because I don't quite yet have enough cash to get everybody's stuff and things. And I don't know how this game's going to feel in terms of, like, favoring certain, like, builds and playstyles and characters. Like, right now, I'm just kind of basking in its glorious ridiculousness, you know what I mean? But we don't have a... Don't have a caster yet. We've got a tourist. Though a guard might not be a bad shout. Well, either way, Catastros, sleep well, friend. It was lovely hanging out with you. You know what, feck it, I'm taking the guard with us. And then for healer, we'll take our medical spider. Alright, obtain wood for construction of the inn. Are we ready to enter a new part of the dungeon? Fuck, no! Alright, this will be our first mimicless run. Onwards! So going in difficulty? Alright. Let's give it a shot. Oh, wow! Okay, I didn't realize, friends, we blinked and it's been like an hour and 20 we've been playing this. Oh, shite. Supercharge deals non-damage to a foe based on your logic. Removes debuffs from your logic and increases it. Fucking hell. We're gonna absolutely nuke the shit out of the other slime. So this person's got deals medium toxic damage to a single. Okay. Removes debuffs from the party. Deals medium to a single target. Let's fucking go. Merciful healing. Small heals. I feel a bit bad that we're bullying the slime right now, but they know what they did. Oh, never mind. We're kicking ass. Fucking hell. Damien, as you can see, I'm now officially the best at this video game ever, so... The Oath of Recklessness. 100% damage, minus armament for the party. Or, before turn 4 in battle, enemies get 60%. Nuh-uh! Healing and armor is for nerds! Let's fucking go! And handlebar, how goes it? Alright, so what have we got here? Damien says, remember, every success is a chance for hubris. Psh. First, we murder the healer. Both. And then we murder the other guy. Oh god. Oh no! Why? Stop! What was that? Alright, well... That's alright, we've got a spider healer. J-Post, thank you for the 100 bits, friend. Yeah, you'll be fine. Alright, we're good, we're good. So let's have a choice. We got... after turn 3, you get minus devotion. Nuh-uh. When only one enemy remains, you get minus health steal. Psh, we're not even using health steal. And Swalmaz! What, ho friend? How goes it? Oh, so Swalmaz, I thought I'd let you know, we're doing another round of spooky alerts on Saturday. I'm playing a shark survival horror game. Because I need to raise money so that we can buy food to eat. Shrinkoa, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Pop open a cupboard. So we are playing Purgatory Dungeoneer. To those of you who just joined us, this is a threat tier Final Fantasy roguelike with like over 100 different characters. What did Damien say? Like 420 to choose from. It is clever and anarchic and threatening. I described this to a few friends as the most punk game I've played this year, and I think that's accurate. It's not malicious, but it is its own gloriously bizarre world, and it's up to us to work that out. And yes, we are just nuking the absolute hot shit out of the lizard spell bow. I don't make the rules! Oh, they are super dead, alright. Handlebar's asking, they want to know if they can add camera relativity inside of their shader graph in Unity, so they can scroll a texture offset based on camera movement, without having to make it a separate script. Oh god. Damien, I don't know if have you done much with Unity? Star might know, but I don't want to ask them work questions while they're at work. The Oath of Burrows, plus Dev, minus attack. Get out of here, nerds. When your HP is under 50, you get minus 50% multi-target defense. Alright, feck it, why not? So Damien says that they've really tried to catch the feel of playing like Dragon Warrior 3 and Pokemon Blue on the Game Boy for the first time, and how there's so much to learn and explore. That's fascinating. It definitely has that, I don't know what any of these quirky characters are, and I'm really curious to find out. Always. Murder. The healer. First. Oh shit! Oh shit, that person's like revenge murder. So Star was saying that Handlebar, you might need a separate script, but don't quote them. And yeah, I'm a little bit terrified about what I'll be able to do if I can start getting MP regen. When your HP is under 50, minus... What about this one? It's God's final logic. When only one enemy remains, enemies get 60% logic. Beckett, why not? Let's bust some faces! Oh, shit. This could have been handled better. Well, I mean, so Damien, what I'm already loving about this is how this is not meant to be balanced. This is not one of those games where every class is viable. Nah. And I love that. And, okay, and I don't mean that it's unbalanced. I'm not saying that you've just kind of been like... I've been talking with a lot of friends recently about Phantasy Star Online and how I loved that game. And one of the things that it did that no one really talks about is how mages were fucking garbage for the first 20 to 40 hours. Probably 20, it was close to that. We just played a lot of it. So, for those of you who didn't play Phantasy Star Online, the classes were all meant to have big old weaknesses, which is why there were a lot of like half in, half out. So like, yes, there's, as Damien's saying, there's purposeful imbalance, where it's balanced but in severe ways. Yes. Sorry, so Phantasy Star Online, you had gun classes, sword melee classes, and magic classes. But each one had some very, very severe downsides depending on what you chose. It wasn't like everyone's viable. It was more like everyone's a DPS in a different way. And it gave rise to some really interesting kind of half and half classes, like the Human Hunter could use some magic and some guns and a couple of melee stuff, so they were useful wherever. But mages, the only thing they would do in the early game is just get wailed on. You ever seen a fat chocobo chick beat the fuck out of a grown-ass person? You have in Phantasy Star. But the idea being is that the bell curve of success, once you get out of the starting gates and your mage starts like gaining up in levels and buying spells, like suddenly you're an unstoppable god killer. You're an incredibly necessary part of this whole adventure. And I always like that. And I find that because of the cost of making MMOs these days and the need for them to be a huge commercial success, people are less likely to bring on the... Oh, God! Alright, we almost died horribly, but no one died... No one died proper. Alright, let's tally up what we got. The whole squad's level 2. We gained some scars and some vestiges and some moments. And Restless Roots, Watto and welcome. But no, I understand why game devs don't do that. Because especially in MMO is a huge time commitment, and there's nothing worse than picking a character or a class or a an activity that you picked because you thought it would be fun, only to find out that actually you done picked dumb stupid like. I think this is the team to take with us. David said, speaking of imbalance, grabs have a minus 35% HP and a 50% crit chance. Bugger me. Alright. We're going to head into the new section of the dungeon, so I'm just going to buy some... Okay, sorry, I'm skipping through stuff. It's just informing us that we can increase the difficulty. If a party member completes a journey with a difficulty that's equal or greater than their current level, they'll level up. So, I point you in the right direction, but be cautious. Oh. Alright, so I should have bought them some armor. I fucked up. So the way it works is they can only level up to the length, to the distance they've gone down the dungeon. So we can't have Slimy Slimerson just beefcake his way through everything. That's clever. Oh, good. Alright. I think the Bard's got to go first. Alright, let's see how this goes. Wail on him! So Dave was saying it was a pain to set up the leveling this way, but it really pays off. Yes. Like, I really appreciate Darkest Dungeon and what it does and how it does it, but it's so hard to keep track of everything. Alright, so insecure accuracy, when your HP is above 50, minus 30% accuracy. I'm not going to see. The Oath of Will. Minus HP costs, but 60% direct damage. Feck it, let's go! Damien named a door after me. That means I'm famous. Let's fight that moving blood splatter. The Nezumi High Priest. This isn't... No one expects the Vampire Inquisitor. Okay, so our spider's not quite ready to... Job's done. No healing for you. Bleed Nora. No wonder the slimes don't get any stuff! Like, holy crud! Uncertain Devotion, when no enemies are KO'd, you get minus dev, minus defense. We're not really doing health steal, so it's fine. Let's wreck a cupboard! So friends, because I have this on just mirroring main screen, I do need to ask an important question. Am I currently the top Purgatory Dungeoneer streamer on this Twitch.television? And is there someone I need to dethrone to get there? Alright, personally defunct. Being the number one of one people is still being a number one. It's still being in first place. Wow, butchered my own joke there. Go me. I will be putting forward a formal apology. You're right, I should try and dethrone myself. Damien, I thought you said you made hard video games. How come I'm so awesome and untouchable? What's up with this? This still grants the Oath of Barrows. No minus damage. Survivability is for nerds. But only when in rain you get minus 2. Yes, fine. Oh, Sadler says that congratulations on being both first and last. Alright, statue, come on, let's rumble. Dear Android Doctor, this won't be good. Oh, actually, so we've got makes the target more likely to be attacked, and then R&R, remove debuffs from the parties. Interesting. I mean, I'm going to focus on direct damage right now because I want to make sure the medic doesn't get a chance to do anything. But Damien said, all things in due time. I'm here for the war, not the battle. Psh. I mean, you saw that fight, Damien. What battle? This door grants uncertain rigor when no enemy has been KO'd. Minus critical damage. No, what's the other one? Fine, you know what? Let's do it. Tiny health, loads of lifesteal. Let's go, baby! We've got tiny baby health. Alright, the Guardian's gotta go first. Feckin' Norms, man. It's just, Damien, sometimes it's just really, really hard being so good at video games all the time. It's just so hard being so good. Oh, we found wood for construction. Yay! Lydia's like, good work! I'll have Nadia put the lumber to use right away. Let's... Construction already? Let's go over the results of the journey, I guess. Alright, the squad is all now level 3. Getting 165 gold, 19 scars. We had 48 moments together, friends. The ball repose, 14 strands. Alright, let's get you back to the guild. Let's go check out this new building. Alright, so this place is starting to feel more like a town. That's the first new building to appear here in quite some time. But don't worry about not being able to get into the inn. It's not something you need. All you need to concern yourself with is the guild hall, the people here, and the dungeon. Speaking of people, you're reaching the point where some of your residents will need support. As they fight, they remember and grow. They must overcome their memories. Sometimes residents will give you a personal request. These remembrance missions, at the character's level, cannot be raised further until the remembrance mission is done. For remembrance missions, you can customize the equipment of your chosen character, but the other members of the party will be drawn from the character's past with set equipment and levels. Yo, you want to do a remembrance mission? Back in yo. Yeah. I'm trying to think Because Arnie is our slime anarchist. Do they need to remember? Yeah, so we're going to do... Because that way we're guaranteed we've got our slime friendo. And we don't have to buy them any armor. So, who's in Arnie's past? So, they've got... Oh, wow. They're much beefier. So, we've got Duar Shielder, the Shielder. We've got a Heretic, an android Heretic, no less. A Slime Storyteller. What does a Slime Storyteller do? Low non-lethal. Prevent all enemies from using attacks for 2 turns. Fucking hell. 1 dozen parables. Bedtime story. Heals everybody for HP. Damn! We gotta get ourselves a storyteller. What does a blackguard have? Low damage. Bludgeoning damage. Profile damage. Lowers foes log point. And lowers their speed. I mean, fair. Back in air attack! Low healing tool. Deals profane damage. Oh, swearing. Faltering beliefs and a faithless shield. Just mean. Alright, let's give it a whirl. Oh, that's a lot of people. Alright. Small HP heal to one of your team. Low damage to a single target. Non-damage based on your log. Alright, well, let's just start melting some faces. Alright, the healer's gotta go. Deals low order damage to all targets. Low healing, HP. We'll get some profane damage on a healer. And we'll ramble so they can't do anything. And then we'll hurt everybody. And let's just go feckin' hog wild! Alright, so we ramble on, so everybody can't attack for 2 turns. So, now we just kick the hot shit out of a healer. Excuse me, I can't help but notice that you're attacking me! I just got critiqued, what the fuck? My god, Skeleton, why are you like this? I think we'll focus on the Angel Beggar next. Something tells me that they've got some nonsense up their sleeve. So we can't use Ramble again for a while. Oh, and so the wail on everybody was not great, so we're just going to wail on the beggar. Alright. Oh, David says it was good to prevent an attack because the Nolly snipers are no joke. I feel better about that. This door grants insecure accuracy. We're not doing great for aim. But what's the other one? Suspicious armor. After 4 turns, you get minus armor. We don't last 4 turns. No one's here for our length. Alright. So we've got a tourist. Well, we've got a centaur and a tree. Woad Mancer. Something tells me that Woad Mancer's gotta go. I'm saying we don't want to increase our staying power too ridiculously. I mean, wait, what? Blackguard needs a heal. Alright, let's see how that plays out. Fucking hell! What? What the shit? Arnie is down! Blackguard is down! Damien's like, remember, hubris! Yeah, but hubris is fine when it's happening to other people. It's not supposed to happen to me. After turn 3 minus health steal, we'll probably take that because we either win or lose or die. Yeah, we're just gonna go straight for the door. Fucking cupboards, man. A null rogue. Oh, Arcane's back. Nice. Yeah, we're definitely open with Ramble, so that keeps them from doing anything useful. That should be our team back in. Oh, you're in trouble. Haha! Nap time! Yes! Alright. Holy crud! Let's hear it for Vow of Deceit. So, Damien, like, fill me in here. So, my characters came back. I think the Slime's got a skill where we can heal up a friendo. Yeah. Can't be used outside of combat. Alright. So we do need the shielder for this one. Okay, so you're KO'd after the fight, you get 1 HP. Okay, so the characters do come back, so it's not about... it's not about resurrections. Oh, that one's worse. I don't like that door. Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck sticks. Okay, who's got to go? So the mummy healer's got to go first. So we'll ramble on them all, and then... Vow of Deceit was pretty meaty when we did it. Alright, fingers crossed. So what I've done is I've stopped them from attacking, I've debuffed the shit out of them. Alright, so the healer's done. Who's going to be a pain in the arse next? That's an android pirate. Otherwise known as the mobile phone market. Damien, I'm sure you're going to get asked this 20,000 times, so I'm sorry. But is there any plans to do a... Is there any plans to do a switch port at the moment? Because at the moment, I'm just fucking loving this. Alright, I think the android pirate's going to go next. Because the thing was, I started trying to play a game called Biomotor Unitron on my Switch. And it's a good game, like, I still love it. It's just comparable to titles like this, you know, stuff that has, like, has something fresh and interesting. Like, this is absolutely a game I would binge the hell out of. Alright, the Shadow Mage has got to go next. Might be it. Stop dodging, you little shit gnome! Yes! I am invincible! What was that about hubris, Damien? No, Damien, I can't quite hear you. You might have to speak up. What was that about hubris? God, it's so hard being good at every video game. Aww. This isn't yet the moment for them to speak. But a memory flickers, brief, painful. But there is a new presence within them. Irene is now level 4. Whee! Alright, surviving memories can be tough, but it looks like you made it. Let's tally up what you got. Oh shit, we get resources from memories? Shit. Every time I remember awkward things from the past, I just get hand spasms. Oh, so many sins. Lydia's like, and let's get you back to reality. Remember, this is a retirement home for adventures, specifically an inherently traumatic career. Few go into adventuring or leave it behind as a matter of feeling or whims. And our place is not to judge. Our role is simply to give these retired adventurers a place to explore their feelings and hopefully gain peace in the process. Even if they respond in anger or despair from having to remember who they really are or what they've done, they'll still go on journeys, whether out of interest or habit. It's who they are now. No one emerges from adventuring unscathed. Anyway, on to town business. You might have noticed the fairy circle popped up on the outskirts of town. The fact that we're seeing mushrooms pop up means there's decay for them to come from. Decay means something was alive once and had nutrients inside of it. Well, we don't exactly get light here. I thought... So, though farming and crops were kind of out of the question, but this means we have hope. If wood can be found in the dungeons, surely there's a nutrient-rich soil and seeds too. Please, try to find them. Oh, and the shaking before, that wasn't just construction for the inn. The dungeon has grown. Rowan can elaborate. The dungeon can now be difficulty 3. And yeah, so sorry, that's the hook of this. We inherited this from our grandfather. And it is a retirement home for dead adventurers. Alright, so we have a fairy circle here. And over here is the inn. Which... apparently Damien doesn't want me drinking on the job. Shiroka's like, I think it goes something like... something something overconfidence, something something leads to hubris, something something to the dark side, something something complete. Alright, Rowan has found a new area of the dungeon that he's exploring. I have a feeling this won't be the last new discovery. We gonna check this out? Nah, not yet. So our slime is basically becoming like our go-to friendo. Tanaka's the lizard folk guardian. I'm good. We know guardians. Wait, is that fairy? Is that bloody fair? I think it might be. Hello, I'm Siri. If you need something, let me know. A fairy anarchist. Or a carnist. But sorry, jumping back, Damien was saying they'd love to get this over on the Switch because, you know, one, it would be a good fit, which I agree with, and two, like, getting a video game that you made on a Nintendo console, that's still a dream. I mean, we call the Switch a handheld, but comparable to what a handheld used to mean. Oh shit, that's a tree. What up, tree? Feeler, remember it. A wood illusionist. What's an illusionist? Okay, so illusionists are logic speed support class. Invisibility increases evasion while lowering aggro. Delusion removes debuffs while buffing accuracy. And illusionary fog debuffs logic and accuracy. They also have damage skills to use if their support skills are a bit of a limited use. Okay. You want something? I'm good. Oh, Damien's got the Switch lights, they forget people play on the telly. Shiharo. A Nezumi rogue. What are rogues all about? Stabbing? Agility-based murder? Secret know-how deals damage while raising agility? Sounds lovely. You hang out here for a bit, though. Because I will need to get like another cup of tea or something in a second. Lizard folk spellbow. What's a spellbow? Spellbows are a damaging agility logic. Their enchantments made them able to inflict. Spell arrow is their core damage and gains more enchantment as they go. That could be fun. Because I'm definitely always... like, nukes are always welcome. Like Gandhi in Civilization. Sari says, what do I think about the Bayonetta 3 trailer? Although if it does turn out that it's not Bayonetta, but Cereza Bayonetta, I'm going to feel real uncomfortable about that. Not going to lie. It has a little bit of that I knew you when you were a child vibe to it. But no, it looks feckin' glorious. And I've been a huge Bayonetta supporter for as long as there has been a Bayonetta 2 support. Oh, hello. What are you? Rufio! Rufio! A Minotaur Lancer. Alright. Rufio's coming with us, but I want to find out what a Lancer is. Lancers are a strength agility-based damaging class. Ward off removes debuffs while gaining protection. Pipit damages all foes while healing themselves. Feck yeah, welcome to the party! Well, so Percy Defunct, this is not confirmed. This is all fan theory. So, the only thing we know is that the newest Bayonetta, Bayonetta 3, that the design and hairstyle is very similar to Cereza, who was Baby Netta in the first game. Also, we have a Lancer now. Muefwani, a fairy druid. What are druids all about, apart from getting completely munted? They're a versatile devotion class. Weighted Bramble deals damage and increases the speed. Wet Regeneration. Damien. Increases MP regen. Yes! Alright, you're in. Hamlet, let me know if you need anything. A gnome cheerleader? What are cheerleaders all about? Support class and multiple single target offensive, minor motivation, mental restoration. They have no actual damaging skills themselves. Now, I don't think I'm going to take the cheerleader for the moment. Now, was it the cheerleader class that created that bizarre use case you were talking about online, where the game couldn't kill the cheerleader, and the cheerleader couldn't kill the other person? Oh shit, it's time for a bard! Weighted drinking is a low-cost heal spell that grants health steal. Yeah, it's time for a spider bard. Spider bard, spider bard. Surprisingly a gracious spider bard. But yeah, so sorry, Personally Defunct. We don't actually know much on the plot of Bayonetta 3, or at least I've not researched hard enough to know for sure. I think the slime's hanging out. Some slimes would be gloriously OP. Having a 2-slime party in that previous run was feckin' powerful. What? Slimes get me. Also, we don't have to buy them armor. Yeah, I guess we'll go back with our purple robot murder friend. Because we never use the tourist. Wait, what's a puppeteer? Puppeteers are a logic-based class focused on action economy. High-strung grants an ally a bonus action at the cost of a greatly increased MP. Aided motion passively raises the party's speed. Holy crud. Wait, so I could use highly strung. Fucking hell, so I could use highly strung with my slime to get 3 attacks a turn. Friends, do you hear that noise? It sounds like fresh hot bullshit. Oh, so Damien, I was just saying about, was it the cheerleader that created that softlock bug you were talking about online? The one where the enemy couldn't kill the cheerleader and the cheerleader couldn't die, so the match could never end? That was all I was nattering about. I have an angel high priest. High priest's devotion healing. They work well. Okay. Oh, peace. Alright, well I guess this is our team. Oh, who's this? Hello there! Feel free to peruse my wares, as I'm very new at this. Okay, so this is the next rank of weapons and kit. Okay. Damien saying they blame the people who found that for not having a higher DBS party. That was their fault. Nerds. Damien, why does it worry me that Cookie McGee is a character that we play as? Why you gotta make me nervous like that? Alright, so first things first, I'm buying myself a gun. And maybe some armor. Okay, -5 MP costs could be very powerful, so I'm gonna get one of those. Now we're starting to understand it, you know what I mean? Who gave the blind Dragonborn a gun? This seems like a great idea. Star was asking if Damien drew all the pixel art, which they did, but the majority was from an Ultimate Rogue tile set. Fascinating. I would have guessed this was all your, hand-drawn work. Suppresses magic to grant power. Get that for myself. Get myself some decent goggles. Like, don't judge me, I'm just shopping, alright? Oh, that's shenanigans. Damien says they posted they would consider getting it... Oh, before the project was very much underway, and Rami and Zaladir was like, it's very much your style. Oh, that's cool. I mean, yeah, now we're fucking here. The slimes can't equip anything, so... Alright, so what do? We go... So Rufio gets all that, and if we optimize it... Okay, so we just need to, like, basically shop up on a lot of everything. And then see what everybody takes. Let's hit... Sorry, so going in. So difficulty. Current difficulty. Want to change it? So we shift to something else. Yes. Okay, so we've now shifted the biome to change up what we're fighting. And we're going to take it in for a level 2, so that'll bring all the level 1s up. But our slime should be able to keep them going. Okay. This is fucking fascinating. And yeah, I agree with Star, like, the art style of this is very, very clear, which, considering the amount of characters and classes and things we have to keep track of. Oh, wow. Sorry, the Lancer has an ability which both wrecks face and murders. Alright, we have way too much healing. So we don't have to worry about anyone dying today, but... Also 69 damage, nice. Damage, nice. So we have no group attacks whatsoever. Oh, interesting. So Damien was saying, well, this art style works really well. It makes it especially hard to create, like, eye-catching GIFs and screenshots. That's a good point. Bacon pointing out, how soon the lessons of hubris are forgotten. I wasn't reading. The Oath of Authority. Everybody hits harder, but things cost more MP. Sounds good to me! Cheerleader's gotta go. Ah! Bye! So one thing I'm going to be interested to see as this game unfolds, when under experience you get less crit. What's the other one? One of the things I'm going to be interested to see is how... Yeah, they're a little bit squishy for health steal. Is how this game's going to unfold later, because now we have our Slime Friend. And Slime Friend is absolutely carrying us through a lot of this violence, right? So, where do we take it from there? Like, what stops us from basically just being Slime Friend all day, day? Alright, Nettle Assassin, you've got to go first. I might be in shite because I've only got one character that's doing good, decent damage. Well, yeah, and I guess, Damien, there isn't anything that stops me from... Sorry, there isn't anything that makes me... Oh, God! Rufio, no! I'm just giving everybody a chance to guard up and recover MP and fight. Oh, you're in trouble. Okay. So loads of buffs, but everyone is feckin' slow as... Feck it, beefcake time! Everyone is slow and beefy! I might have fecked up. And yes, we will be murdering the priest first. Oh, there we go. So sorry, Damien, I'm kind of, sorry, I'm trying to, oh, we don't last 3 turns. I guess I'm trying to comprehend how this game's going to go and how it's all going to come together. Because right now, this is not a good team. This is not a good team at all. It is woefully underprepared. Because all we've really got is our slime friend to start doing damages. So this might be me having a bad time. And I guess I'm trying to understand this game, you know what I mean? Oh, shit. Oh no! The fairy! No! The fairy got slimed. Alright. Most of the squad's now level 2. 200 gold, 4 bruises and vestiges. Doing well. Alright. I'm going to make a cup of tea in a second, but I wanted to take like a moment and breathe, because what Damien was saying, there's a lot to take in this game, which there is. And it's all feckin' great, which it is. And I find that my brain is latching onto it, like I'm already getting into a rhythm. Essentially, our slime caster has kind of become like our hero figure. Because what we can do is essentially use their double attack to power us through a lot of troubling situations. But if we can find another slime as well, and like get kind of like a 2 slime combo going, we can start really wrecking some face. But sorry, I'm having a little trundle around here. What am I doing? I'm playing. See, I can't even leave it alone. And it really does remind me of, like, if I had to describe this game, I would say that Purgatory Dungeoneer is a punk reimagining of Final Fantasy Legends. Damien, it absolutely has that vibe you're going for of, like, this is like a classic RPG world, and I don't know all the systems, but I want to. Again, it still scares me the fact that Cookie McGee is actually a character, a heritor, or an inheritor, I assume. And it worries me. I also can't seem to give myself a gun, which would level the playing field at least a little. But canonically, my character does have a firearm just kind of hidden. They know. They know. Alright, you know what? Let's just bring back on main screen. I'll take a second. I'll take a break in just a second to make some tea because I want to keep going with this. But like, oh, that person's invisible. Not that it matters, but I'm AIDS. A void child bard. What the fuck? What's a void child? Although as someone who's not a fan of kids, I tend to avoid them as much as possible. Hey! No, Caffeine, emo's a class, not a race in this. Again, friends, okay, joking aside, if you want to see a really good way of doing, like, video game content on TikTok, as Nathan Grayson was telling us the other day, like, Zalavir's kind of the gold standard right now. Like, it's original and it's genuine and it's engaging and I like watching it. A lot of brands seem to just do the kind of the trend hopping, which is fine so long as you have a core of something to back it up with, you know what I mean? I do love the idea of tourists being a character class and that their cultural obliviousness is their power. Yeah, we'll dismiss this party for now. And it's just us having a little skim around. Oh. I'm trying to think of some clever things to say on this, but I done got it. And I guess, again, to Swolmaz and those of you who have just joined us, we do have a lot of stuff going on outside of Purgatory Dungeoneering. If any of you want to make Spooky Gundams, Spooky Gundam contest is going on from now until the 22nd, Saturday 22nd. All you need to do is make a Gundam and theme it around Halloween or spooky nonsense. I'm doing it. Come join me. The E3 one was a lot of fun, and it would be really great to have you with. I am still seeking a spooky judge, because all the spooky people I know are really busy on Halloween. Not Halloween weekend, but Halloween as a whole. So, yeah. Oh, heck, we're gonna... I guess we're looking to doing that next week, then. I was gonna say, we were looking into starting the Blight the Immortals game. Eric, this one's a lot more loose than the E3 setup, so we didn't draft teams for this one. The theme is spooky, so make something scary or Halloween themed or what have you. I'm going to be doing Ash from the Evil Dead, which has meant I've had a great excuse to go back and watch Ash vs. the Evil Dead, which is both horrifying and a great TV show. You can, and to those of you wondering, you don't have to make a super duper whooper fancy Gundam. Again, we're recommending keeping them to like small, affordable little Gundams, and how you choose to decorate them is up to you. You don't have to airbrush it, you can hand paint it. I believe Kestrel was joking about knitting one like a little scarf or a little jumper. Oh shit, Eric, you've done me! The Invisible Gundam. Although, joking aside, Eric, doing the Invisible Man but Gundam and trying to like jank it so that pieces look like they're missing and stuff like that would be fascinating. Okay, so friendos, I'm gonna go get myself a cuppa. I'll be back in just a second, so I can leave you with these sweet dungeoneering beats. Oh, actually, it's the outdoor tune. Without at least one person with you, you're not going outside. Alright, my slime caster, or slaster. Oh man, that doesn't even work at all. Kaboosh. Star says, would an invisible man Gundam have bandages? That's a question that only you can answer, Star. I mean, and Star, if you want to join us, you are cordially invited. So friendos, I'm just going to go quickly make a cup of tea, and then let's keep going with this. I'm having a great time. I think what I'm going to try and do is ask Damien a few more questions. If I didn't make it clear, dear friends, that developer Damien in chat is the gentleman responsible for bringing this glorious threat of an RPG into our world, it's already feckin' great, and I feel like this is one of those days where I'm going to need a lot of tea and a lot of focus to not, once again, as with yesterday, ignore you all and just play the hell out of this game. Actually, you know what? I like the sick beats better. Let's go back. There we go. That's better. Alright, friendos. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a second. friends when I don't. No, you know what? I was gonna do a bit. I don't have a bit to bring to you. Whilst grabbing myself a bevy. I decided to check the internet. I don't know if you all have seen the internet before. It's basically just a series of tubes. And obviously because I've been here and we've been playing a very good game, I've not, as you've seen, I've not been checking the interwebs. I did not watch the Mario Brothers movie. I saw the trailer for it. Oh boy. Never ever, friends, did I think we'd reach a situation where we'd see a better Sonic product than a Mario product, yet here we are. Chris Pratt's bad. I mean, Chris Pratt is bad, but like, well, so to the Mental Monk. I watched the trailer. It's up on the YouTubes now, and honestly, like, Bowser's perfect. It's just Chris Pratt just saying people. It sounds like someone's done a really bad, like, YouTube poop recut of other lines and other things that he has said. That's the quality that he is bringing to this space. It's not good. And also, the discussion of whether or not Mario has an ass is now very, very valid. Oh, see, Park Programs, you get it right. I wasn't watching the trailer in Italian, which is what I should have done. And now we live in a post-Pratt Mario world. Hey, on the plus side, posthumously, Bob Hoskins' Mario movie will no longer be the worst Mario movie of all time. The one film that Bob Hoskins regretted making will no longer be the worst Mario film of all time. Also, Toad's just some person. It's like, what is happening here? Because firstly, what does Toad sound like? Toad sounds like, oh, hi, Mario! You can't just have someone be like, hey, hi, it's me, I'm Toad. Unless you do a whole arc of, like, I don't know, teaching mushrooms to speak English proper. I don't know. Now, Phyllis, you are right that villains are the best bit, and Jim Carrey's Robotnik is spot on. And it does sound like Jack Black as Bowser, like, he's bringing the thunder. But it's bad, friends. It's bad. I don't know if I'm going to get hit with, like, a DMCA strike or anything if I play it for you, which is why we're not doing a laugh and watch party, but... Oh. Anyway. Oh, sorry. So, jumping back into chat. So, personally defunct. If I ever get the purple tick of verification here on twitch.television, then I have to play Raft, but not before. That's the last sword hanging over me. And yeah, well, on the subject of things for money, I will be playing a shark horror game this Saturday, so I can raise money for groceries. So personally defunct, that's the thing I don't really understand, is that both Namco and Nintendo, who in the past have been very, very guarded about their IPs, like we had that awful game Pixels with Adam Sandler that was a fucking disaster, and I think this film is going to be about like 20-30% good, but unfortunately considering how big a space in popular culture Mario perceives, like, it's gotta be good. In some weird way, because of the troubled production of the Sonic film, everyone was expecting bad. And we didn't get bad, we actually got some good stuff. Yeah, Fearless, you're entirely correct that there have been some YouTube series produced that did the exact same plot point of the movie Pixels, but good. It's doable! And whether it what causes you to raise your head to the heavens and scream, eat the rich, or it makes you feel better about yourself, at least know that no matter what happens today, no matter what's going on, no matter the challenges that life throws at you or the things that you face, professionally, personally, or creatively, you haven't fucked up as hard as the guy who had to voice Mario. Like, it's not hard. It's a me, a Mario. You can get away with sounding like the worst stereotype of a dude who makes pizza, and people will be fine with that. Apparently, in this one case, friends, Sega did what Nintendo did. Personally defunct, I do not think that the Super Mario Brothers show was bad. I mean, it was what it was, you know, like a vehicle for kids' television. But if you've ever seen the Super Mario show ending, but the volume changes based on how far away Mario is, that's one of the funniest things on the internet. I save that when I'm really feeling down and I need a laugh. Like that, and the Game Grumps does Sonic Adventure. That Froggy scene can pull me out of anything. Vanderbeest, this is my friend. They are a slime anarchist. Okay, is it anarchist? Arcanist? My dyslexic ass is really going to struggle with some of these class names. They explode people. Damien, I mean, if you don't mind telling these lovely Mother Hubbards, please. Damien was offering to let me know how to unlock another slime character. I'd love to. Okay, so it is Arcanist. Alright. Oh, and Metal Monk and Midnight Skyus, I hope I said hello when you all came on in. So get a Mimic to level 3, then do a Remembrance mission, and check the table again. Cool. Let's go for the Mimic Cyclops, because they wrecked foes. Percy Defunct was asking if anyone watched Jackie Chan Adventures. God, not in a million years. Anyway, we're all going to have a great reason to laugh at Chris Pratt forever. Moo the Mimic Cyclops has been really cool to fight with. But we need some people who can attack a lot. So we need some good AoE Mother Hubbards. So we basically just got to do a level 2, level 3 dungeon. Try and find like a traditional healer. The Lancer was alright. But yeah, we definitely need a traditional. Like, I think we're going to bring like a high priest or something, because we've got our slime friend. Slime friend kicks a lot of ass. We just need a lot of ass kicking. Damon says there are a lot of classes that do chaos element type damage, like jesters and cursed knights. Cool. So, Percy Defunct, were we just bringing up the fact that Jackie Chan Adventures is good? Was there a follow-up point? I don't want to dismiss it, because yes, it was good. It was very good. Pirates have the mutinous skill, which fits the anarchy theme. I don't think we've unlocked a pirate yet. Wait, didn't you? Okay, we'll take the spider healer, because they were really good. So, we've got a decent healer. Now we just need a way to mess up a lot of people's day all at once. Let's see what we've got access to. Because the illusionist seemed interesting. Logic speed support. They're more about like stopping us from getting hit. Whereas we need more ways to hit lots of people at once. Or debuff lots of people at once. Didn't we have Dark Hunter? Oh, they were good for single damage, so we'll keep them in mind. about you big beefcakes? Yusuf we haven't met before. They're a bandit. What are bandits good at? Strength Folks, Bleeding Blade, deals damage immediately and over time. Fake Feign, deals damage without using a turn. Oh, I like it. Rigorous Knight dispels buffs. Strong Companionship becomes MP of the party while still buffing straight. Yes! Welcome to the party, you bandit beauty. Alright, so we've got a slime, a mimic, a healer, a bandit, and now we need someone who's just ready to smush face. And not smush like make out, smush like Papa-cha! The Rune Knight. What are Rune Knights good at? Strength and logic foes to camaraderie buffs the user and allies. We must fog deals damage while debuffing speed. I read that as Celery. Celery grants the user an extra action for a turn. They're good at dealing damage if you can give them MP to keep up with their extra actions. Yeah, feck it, you're in, mate. You're in. Wait, were you... Rune Knight, were you flirting with us? Oh, Rune Knight, you cheeky mother hubbard. Oh yeah, so my other question, Damien, is items equipped. When creatures go back into the inn, do they return their items? Do I need to just buy a bunch of stuff for everybody? Because what I'm going to do now is spend a little bit of gold on some low-level goodies, just to make sure the peeps we need have got the beefy beefcakes they require. But yeah, like I said, friends, no matter what happens today, you have not stacked it as hard as... I'm ready to check it out. I think so. I think this will be level 3, right? Okay, so Damien says you have to keep track of who has what. Easy to unequip, but people do have it on themselves. Alright. Okay, so biomes also affect materials gained on the journey. Anyway. Points to a good spot. Alright. Welcome to the forest! It gets weird here every day! Should have checked the difficulty before we went away. Hopefully this is 3. Otherwise we're just going to have a very easy fight. Alright, well it's cool. It just gives us a chance to grind a little bit. And it teaches me how to use the... It's going to teach me how to use the Mimic properly. So Discordant gives into Combat Hardening, Chitin Evolution, Invigorating, and Sure Shot. Okay. Mental Therapy increases, and MP Regen! Yes! So it does feel like we'll be able to keep up with Cosnat. And this is the same team we can take out. HP recovery, stuff down. Nah. We don't need HP recovery. We don't need HP recovery if the enemies can't hurt us. But yeah, it's so weird seeing a lot of the announcements for adaptations that we're seeing of video game stuff. I'm trying to remember what the last one was. It was, God, it was that horror franchise that was doing the rounds a little while ago. One of you's got it. Sage, you sound like you're helpful. Time to die! So let's try Caution, see what that gives us. Increases the party's max AP. Party becomes stronger as. Stands becomes Collaborator. Let's give it a go. Vanderbeast, you're right. Yeah, when you realise the large blood spatter might just be you. Okay. We'll just get some more murders in. It does feel like a few of the babies will need a lot more buffing before they're ready to start kicking ass. Oh wow, we beefcaked everybody. Nice. And this way, like, we're progressing story, and if we like this team, we can use them again. Miss me! Hardening, accuracy, turn, stands becomes a vandal. You know what, let's just punch him in the goal. Did we talk about The Last of Us TV adaptation? Did we chat about that? Because you'll know I've got... I think beef is the wrong term. But, oh wow, we have a lot of debuffs on us. So we've got... So we hover over, we've got minus 10 health steal, minus 33 recovery, but also added armament, more HP regen, minus logistics, minus evasion, sorry. This is just going to take a while, I'm sorry. No one really needs healing. But Moo could certainly use some more. Moo could certainly use some more mana. Woo! No! Do not hurt Moo! Fucking vandals. Deals medium space damage over time. Oh no, Caldera! We were talking about it earlier. Damien was letting us know, like, how much of the... Because Damien was saying the anims are from an asset pack, but the sprites are their work, if I remember correctly. So, like, that's a really nice thing to say. Alright, just attack this person. A little bit of cheeky healing. Get rid of those debuffs. You killed my dude! Nani? Okay, you know what? I might have gotten myself in over my head here. And that's... I'm admitting that of my own volition. There we go. And I think our healer's got like a decent... Now, who was it that had MP regen? Oh, was that just move? Yeah, that's just move when we're hanging out. Moo's got to build up to that. Okay. Oh, and Captain Stephanie Barnes, what ho and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? Well, both of those suck, but let's bring up the chaos a little bit. Was it Collaborator or was it... Yeah, I think it was Collaborator that gave us MP regen. Nope, I have fucked up. Let's try Refurbisher. And let's eat the Fairy Cleric. I'm sorry, a spider is about to do some serious fucking damage. Oh, so Captain Stephanie Barnes, how's it been going? Tell me your tales. Oh, nice! They died of poison. Lovely. Didn't even have to try there. When no enemies are KO'd, you have no accuracy. No accuracy means I can't break base. Oh, that one's even worse. No. But yeah, sorry. The thing I've been pondering is very much the Last of Us TV show does look genuinely intriguing, and the fascinating thing is that because it is a popular AAA game that has occupied a larger portion of my intellectual space over the last few years because of how much I hate Part 2, I wonder why it is that I'm obsessed with. Because here's the thing. What I would like to see is games that have absolutely nothing of a clear linear narrative element adapted. I'd love to see a cartoon based on Dead Cells. And if we want to get arty-farty, like, how do we take something like this and adapt it? Like, ideas like that. The fact is, The Last of Us is very much created from the perspective of it's a TV show, but we let you push a few buttons, which has very much been Naughty Dog's whole shtick since Uncharted. So, of course, it works really well as an adaptation into a linear medium because it's very linear in its construction. But I feel the casting they've got down pat is fucking fascinating. I'm genuinely intrigued. Welcome to Cheerleaders Must Die, the brand new game show where we get to see... we're going to try Refurbisher, because we need to get Bell in there. That's HP, critical damage, dev. Let's try Home Remedy. I guess if we can try and boost our spiders' MP regen, maybe they can start doing some serious violence. Though our healer is absolutely currently out of all kinds of Slime, you guard, because we need to see if we can get some more. That's not Refurbisher. We need to see if we can get to the right stance, which will allow Moo to do some fucking MP regen. Oh shit, Moo's out of MP themselves. Alright, we're just fucking. We're just fucking, alright. Alright. No enemies KO'd, no crit. After turn 3's enemies get 60%. Alright, so we just gotta kill our enemies in 3 turns. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips. Eggland! Whew. Oh, then the Geomancer's gotta go first. Time to be irresponsible! We can't do any of those things, so we're just going to attack the Geomancer some more. Oh no! Well, Caldera, if it makes you feel any better, whatever happened there was unfortunately on my end. I did just get like a little blip of frames dropped. So I don't know what's going on. We've been having shite problems with the internet. I bounced the router and everything, so we've had less problems today than we did yesterday. But it's definitely on the. I'm doing your best. God, we just really need MP recovery. So actually, Damien, I did have a game-related question. So at the moment, it seems to be pretty consistent with how many rooms we do per dungeon. Alright, found seeds and fertilizer. Good work, team. So now, these lot level up, and this is the team that we're going to take into our next location. Belin's Remembrance mission is must be complete to level up. Moves 3. You notice a glance from someone, an expectation. A new Remembrance mission is available. Okay. So maybe that's enough to get the Remembrance mission with our Mimic. Alright, and we have a farm going, so we'll now feed everybody. This is Wilbo. Wilbo's going to be feeding people. You have something you want to discuss? Wilbo says yes. It's Wilbo from the Valleys. Alright. Wilbo, if you wanna speak now would be great. I'm here to set up a magical academy and research in the dungeon. Did Bradwell not tell you? Oh yeah, so Damien's right. Yeah, I can do Moo's Remembrance. Lydia, they tend to be light on details. Ultimately, it's fine. I think I'll head the conversation from here. An academy would be useful to have, not just for compiling information about the dungeon, but for keeping elder residents active mentally. We have a decent amount of building materials, and there's still notable gaps: paper, books. So, considering what you've already found, there's no harm in asking the dungeon for more. See if Branwyn knows of a zone of dungeon that might take you there. Wonderful. God, that feeling when you've got a really good team and you don't want to get rid of them. So we'll do... was it... Yeah, we'll do Moo's request. Are we ready to help Moo? Shit, yeah, we're ready to help Moo. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. I apologise I keep talking about adaptations recently. Ever since we've... I'm still dropping frames. Darn it! Ever since we found out about a number of video game movies that I wasn't aware of, one of the things I've wanted to do for like the next few months, especially over the winter, is create a master list of every video game adaptation film and go from there. And admittedly, most of them are going to be trash. Alright. So we've got a Centaur Cleric. Holy damage, low healing, small healing, revives and heals, and the Castigating Truth. Order damage. Fascinating. The Vampire Entropomancer? What the feck? It's got a move called Nehedo? But that is Nintendo. Heavy time damage, low chaos, chaos dots, lowest foes health steal. Avatar of the Riot okay, that removes our ability to steal stuff. We've got an Academy Wizard. Cold damage, energy damage, space damage. Second, yo! And the Demon Magnus. Cold damage, energy. Okay, fucking word. Sorry. But yeah, the discussion about like adapting video games into linear mediums is something I've been thinking about a lot. Mainly because what tends to happen is it's big AAA projects getting adapted into very mediocre concepts. We got lucky with the Sonic film, but it's also very clear to see that, especially after things like Sonic Boom, there's a lot of non-video game media to draw from that. And like I was saying, The Last of Us is, for all intents and ruddy purposes... We'll go Vandal first. It is, for all intents and purposes... Okay, you know, we'll go for extra ruin on the Enraged Mage. God, I'm so sorry, friends. This game is fucking brilliant. Once again, it's the second day of games that are too good, causing me to get distracted. I mean, okay, jumping back, I should also say that, like, generally, we're not great at adapting linear mediums into video games. We're not great at it. There's so many factors that go into making a video game, and especially if the medium it's based on is something that's, like, that's fucking rad or very beloved, it can be very tricky to live up to that. One of the ones that's really interesting to look at is the Redwall series. There are loads of video games that were inspired by Redwall that are fucking brilliant. But so far, all of the direct adaptations of Redwall have kind of been trash. Woohoo! So Kestrel, that's the fascinating thing. Redwall is perfectly suited for adapting to video games. The challenge being that, one, you have to be able to get the license, and two, you have to have enough money to deliver the
Reactor online.
expectation.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Yeah.
final.
44 months of blondish Viking. I want more.
More? Bleed, Nora, you've already get me 5 days a week. Johnny, thank you. Thank you, obviously, for 44 months, right? That's fucking cool of you. But, like, thank you for the kind words. We'll probably keep it to 5 days a week, though, because the problem is I love doing this, and of all the things in my life, weirdly, this is the least stressful part. But it does take a toll, which has been well documented, and if I didn't stop Yeah, Crazy Eyes Will. I mean, Crazy Eyes Will is more an off-stream problem than an on-stream. But yeah. Oh, I've got to be real careful with what debuffs we take on this. Shit. So 1 is a huge drop in damage. Yeah, we'll just have to take that one. But yeah, so jumping back. So, Redwall is absolutely one of those games that has inspired a lot of people. Just drop some low healing there. Anyone else need a quick top up? But what tends to happen is that the limitations placed on game creators, all the amount of time they get, all the kind of people that get into that space, makes it really hard to do something that is evocative of the concept. So like I said, when I mentioned the Redwall books, how many of you were all like, feckin' yo! Hell yeah, gnome badgers, let's fucking do this. Sorry, badger berserkers, not gnome badgers. Gnome badgers are a cavalry of gnomes that ride badgers, who are themselves complete lunatics, but that's neither here nor there. However, the premise of Redwall is something that you can evoke the feeling of without actually having to put in the named characters. And that's what we've seen with a lot of titles that have done something very similar. Now, it's not a new concept. You know, for as long as Disney has been anthropomorphizing animal characters. Oh, God darn it. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. And to Investigation Cone, Watto and welcome. Hello, friends. How goes it? Happy release day for Purgatory Dungeoneer. I've been playing this game for like 3 hours now. I'm feckin' hooked. And if it seems like my conversational skills are subpar, it's because I kind of want to ignore you all and just play this game. Yeah, so Investigation Clone, I also read the first, I think, 2 books of Redwall. As a young dyslexic kid, like, reading was a huge undertaking, and I would come to appreciate how Redwall told a very good story that was very emotionally evocative without going too hard in complex language. Very similar to David Eddings. But the thing to take into consideration is how, when it comes to video games, we can take the concept and the feeling of something like Redwall and leave none of the characters in. Whereas to do the same thing in linear medium, it would be very difficult. So like, I'm going to pick on The Last of Us some more, but if you do a TV show based on The Last of Us, it's very difficult to get people invested without having the direct run-through of the characters. Like, yes, with The Walking Dead, we now have a bunch of spin-off shows, but that's only because it's been a rip-roaring success for as long as it has. If we hadn't had so many series of The Walking Dead continuously kicking ass, there wouldn't be the chance to expand in that environment beyond it. Like, whether you love it or loathe it. Like, The Walking Dead has been a commercial success as a, you know, as a telly show. Helps that it was a comic, and because anytime you have like comics or the equivalent, that means that you get essentially your stuff storyboarded for you free of charge. I mean, Durry Quill, that's your story to tell, friend. That's your story to tell. Investigation Clone follows a Twitter bot that just quotes food description from Redwall. Do you just like being perpetually hungry? God. Red Bull's probably the reason why I love the tiny pork pies that you can get in the UK. Yeah, extra ruin on the battles cleric. Yeah, we'll try and rush down that battle cleric. Oh, everyone gets a debuff! Alright, I've just busted out all the big moves for this one. Oh! I felt that in the cheap seats. Woo! Woo! And that's why we brought a cleric. He says, even though we weren't the ones who choose this tea. Alright, I need you to... Cleric, I need to do some cheeky low healing. There we go. Keldra says they used to have Red Bull dinner nights at the house all the time growing up. Yeah. Oh, and Keldra, I didn't want to dismiss what you were saying about like tabletop adaptations and stuff like that, but God, you know what, friends? I've gone so far off the initial path, which I was trying to demonstrate how it's a bit easy for me to point fingers at television and film adaptations of video games and be like, oh, I can't believe they've not done it good. But when you look at how video games have often adapted film and television and books and things like that, like, we often struggle. But I realized that I'm just now talking about how we get inspired by the feelings that these things evoke, and then we make games from them. Like, I'd go so far as to say things like Armello are very inspired by Red Bull. We've had a couple of... What was the Ghost game where you played a bard mouse? That one felt like the most Red Bull game we've gotten. What was that one called? Plus 2 hits when using attack. Plus 100% MP cost per party. That's dangerous because we're a magic heavy party. When the MP is above 60%, they get minus HP regen. Oh, we're not using MP regen, so there's a job. Jobs are good. Well, so Keldra, Moss is an interesting one of its own volition, certainly. Moss is definitely inspired by Red Bull, but there's a game where you play a mouse bard, and your wife has been kidnapped because of reasons. God, I don't remember now. Alright, so skills. So I'm going to try Caution. Because one of these gives us... Cases. Alright, so we'll just buff the hell out of everybody. Bard's got to go first. An extra ruin's fucking brutal, I love it. Oh, so Magical Calamity was fucking brutal, but was like 40%. Cast on them. Oh shit! I know I saw a way with his team to regen. Why am I such a dum-dum? Alright. This should help at the very least. We've got to get some cheerleaders on this nonsense. And to the investigation clone, there is no such thing as overkill, just underprepared foes. Heavy time damage to a tourist. So we'll control the weather by making it overcast and then punch this tourist in the face! Good work, move! Alright. What's that? When no enemies have been KO'd, no accuracy. What's this one? No, we've got to go for the accuracy. Is someone poisoned? Get some. Hang on, where's the cheeky baby heal? There's cheeky baby heal. Just turn everybody up a little bit. Alright, let's see if we can do this before apparently we all just fucking bleed to death. Alright, some skills. Let's be irresponsible. This is it. This is the fight. We clear this one. Everybody has a good time. Afflict foe with multiple random debuffs. Deals damage to the party. Ferocious thrusts. Deals time damage over time to all foes based on your fucking good shit. Heavy time damage on the healer. Space damage. My space one. Okay. And Damon, you're correct. I did open a door of make stuff go down when MP is high. So... heavy time damage. I will fight you. I mean, shit, it's a final fight. What are we saving HP for? A fucking barbecue? Oh yeah, Fred, the music this is great. And Fred, I will say, this is definitely one that's worth your time just based on how fucking great the writing is. Yes! Get fecked on, healer! You die first! Alright. Combat hardening. Alright, so I guess a bunch of you just gonna be wailing on him. Heavy time damage, feckin' yeah. High energy damage, break his face. And the wizard at this point is just like wailing on him with fists. But I'm trying to think of some other books like Redwall that have been very influential in games. I guess The Road is one of them. But The Road's kind of responsible for most post-apocalyptic, post-apocalyptia, I should say. Oh, now we get a little moment with Moo. The campfire is reflected in their eyes. A spark burns within now, as things locked away are remembered. Moo is now level 4. Yay! Surviving memories can be tough, but it looks like you've made it! Let's tally up what you got. Goodies! Let's get back to reality. Whoops! There goes gravity. I kind of want to hang out in the, But you know what? Moo can come with us. Yeah, now it's time to check on the other slimes. We'll check the mimic table at the top. Because a mimic slime would be bullshit OP. So Fred says, in terms of influential, Vatican magic is highly influential on D&D spell slot systems. Was Vatican magic, was that a... Alright. Well, so Moo, I've got good news and I've got bad news. It's slime time. So Vatican magic was wasn't the name of the book, just the magic system. Okay, what was the book series it was from? Sorry, Fred, this is just an area of my ignorance, and I'm curious to learn. Alright, so Will and 2 slimes. Not rocking a party of 3 mimics. I know there's a way in which I can get the mimics to start doing, like, mana regen. I just keep fecking it up. I'll get it. I'll get it. Okay, so Metal Monk and Fred were saying that it's from Jack Vance, the author's Dying Earth. Huh. Fascinating. Slime Mimic? Shit, yeah. I mean, joking aside, the Slime Mimics are a feckin' great addition. Because they get 2 actions, so they can swap, do thing, then do thing. We'll have to beefcake them out a little bit, but we can work on that. See if there's any more slimes I can steal. Slime time! Oh, some more Void Kids. We didn't have much... Haha, sweet rejection. Can't say expected otherwise. The Bard's table is... Well, those kids are going to be partying hearty tonight. Ah, and here's our little farm coming together. So Fred was also in the other stuff that's super influential that we forget about is Fraud and the Grey Mouser, and the Newhorn Dark Fantasy Story. See, this is why I love chatting with you, Fred, is because like tabletop and the things that would then influence video games are a big sphere of my, a big amount of like, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. It's a big blank space in my knowledge because to say that D&D influenced video games would be to make the least hot take of all time. If I was to say that, that take is so cold and tepid as to be perfect to pop a drink in on a hot summer afternoon. I mean, because without Dirt and Dirt, we wouldn't have Rogue. Sorry, there's no follow-up, like, but yeah, like concepts like hit points and things like that, like Fred is saying, those are all concepts that we got from tabletop systems, and the books that influenced those systems are kind of fascinating. Who are you? You're Zhang, a Cyclops Bandit. I once saw Cyclops Bandit play live. They were surprisingly mediocre. Oh shit, is that a clown? Votsky, the Gnome Jester. What does a Jester do? Jesters are an agility-focused, versatile class. Vicious Joke debuffs strength and agility. Badminton deals damage randomly while buffing their own. Flexible Entertainment heals while applying random buffs. More predictable than Gamblers, not so predictable as most others. I'm gonna leave you over there. Jesters are just a clown with extra steps. The Mummy Rune Knight. I have to have them come with this. Fred says, taking Cyclops in a totally different direction. The guy who plays Hangman in Top Gun Maverick has a great place to play Cyclops. Huh. I wonder what we'll see happen with the X-Men's. I mean, as I'm sure you all saw, like, Deadpool 3's been announced. Hugh Jackman's involved in some capacity as Wolverine. The details of which seem to be slowly being... Okay, Damien, I got to ask, is this room right at the top of the guild house? Is this just the difficult classes room? And a house full of feckin' tourists and mimics? Although I would watch a travel show about a tourist and a mimic. Oh, Damien says I have to get further in the game or find out. Oh, have you comment on my show? Why can't you give me all the cool secrets without me having to work for them? Quiet. But friends, this is actually a good time to make them the shout out that if this is your first time seeing this game is Purgatory Dungeoneer. It was made by developer Damien, who you will see in this chat of twitch.television. In fact, Damien, you can, in the same back end where you added Purgatory Dungeoneer, you can flag yourself as the developer of this game. So you can have a cool little, like, gamepad next to your name. So people will know when you're chatting. But yeah, this is also published by Strange Scaffold, which is our good friend Zalavir's studio. So it's basically friendos helping friendos. And alright, you know, Damien makes a good point. You already told us about the slime mimic. And that was it. You know what? That was very kind of you. I'm a 2-slime household now. I'm okay with this. We haven't met, right? I'm Fu. Cyclops Tempest. What's a Tempest? Damaging strength class. Warm-up heals while buffing the targets and the user's strength. Krieg deals damage with some randomness to it. Tailwind raises the number of hit attacks. Nice. They're great at dealing damage, have some fairly unique buffs that help with characters with downtime, such as storytellers. Maximilio. Oh, lovely to meet you. Oh, a thief. Agility damage, good at staying alive. Mark inflicts dots while debuffing evasion. Silence Knight. They're good as an extra damage dealer when you don't want to have to spend too much time focusing on healing. Love it. So investigating clone, was that a screen up with the Little Caesars pizza mascot? Sorry about this, friend. Like I said, we had a little bit of an internet hiccup earlier, which is why it's taking so long between question and answer. But yeah, we can go find that little Caesar Mother Hubbard. God, I don't want pizza now. It's alright, I'll work hard this month. I can have pizza as a payday treat in the future. Do you mean that person there? That's Lydia, who kind of runs this house. Alright, obtain special materials for use in constructing an academy. Are you ready? No. We are 2 slimes. Definitely at a table. Alright, well, we'll go have a potter around. Honestly, like, I want to spend some time chatting with you all because I'm fucking loving this game. And much like yesterday's game, I find the pull of it's there. as I was saying, the reason why I was asking about this on Switch was not because I'm being a feckin'... It's not because I'm doing the same thing that everyone does, which is, when is this game coming out on Switch? But more because... I recently tried to replay a Neo Geo Color Pocket game that I loved. And it's still interesting. Like, if you really liked OG Pokemon and want something a little bit different, Biomotor Unitron is a very affordable game on the Switch that you can just pick up. Again, it was a Neo Geo Color Pocket game back in the day. It's fascinating. However, I played through it, and I mean, like, I unlocked, like, the secret shit and crushed the robo-equivocant of the Elite Four. I crushed him good. Hey, baby boy, do you want to crush the Elite Four with me? Or do you need something? Heck, I lost my train of thought. Oh, yes! So, one of the things I found is that, especially when it comes to games where there's a lot of grinding involved, I enjoy that when I'm going through it. But I don't enjoy it as much if I have to return. Oh yeah, okay, so look, let's see what Little Caesars is. That is Wibberwoo. They are a Nazumian beggar. What does a beggar do? They are a devotion-based healing class. Buff agility and speed, as well as debuff strength and agility. Friendly Bless removes debuffs while healing. Beg Alms heals the party somewhat for a random amount of health. They lack a revive, but have 4 separate healing skills, and they also have several recovery options for the party. We could take him as a healer for this run. Feck it. Welcome to the party, Little Caesar. Alright, so 2 Slimes and the Little Caesars mascot are on an adventure. Stop me if you've heard this one. Need some more damage dealing, but we'll work on that. Alright, the point that I keep dancing around is that I thoroughly enjoy long-form RPGs, but I find it hard to replay them because I remember how much work it takes to get from A to B, and I find that a hard premise to return to. Whereas I do enjoy it at the time. Like, there are multiple Final Fantasy games I've played throughout my tenure where I've had the clock tick over. For those of you who don't know, that on, like, the OG, I guess from, like, Final Fantasy 9... Actually, I don't remember if 9 had this. But in OG Final Fantasies, there'd be a clock next to your save file. And if it went through... 99 hours and 99 minutes, it would tick back around, but in red. So that's how you knew, like, you played over 100 hours. I've gotten that multiple times. But then when you have to face the concept of that grinding again, it feels more imposed. So trying to replay Biomotor Unitron, I'm reminded of how much I ground to build a mech that was horrifyingly powerful. Because I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. Whereas with this, like, I see the systems, but I do not know them. I see the characters, but I do not understand them. There is a world here to be unfurled. And if you enjoy games very much from a mechanical standpoint, that's where the flavor is. The things that make these characters so unique, so evocative, is all from the descriptions and the abilities. Sorry, I was laughing because Eric's like, there can be only one! Start the franchise wars! Little Caesar mirror match, let's go. Alright, what's the other Little Caesar? The other Little Caesar's an adventurer. Versatile, built about rotating between skills they need to. Rapid Blade damages while increasing agility. Blood Devotion inflicts agility. Dot while increasing their dev knowledge. Knowing where you'll be in a few turns lets you know where to start. I mean, we already have a direct damage dealer, but we could take a double Little Caesars. 2 Slimes, 2 Little Caesars mirror match. We could do this. I mean, we're going to have to play some of the baby dungeons first, but... I don't know if Damien's gotten as far as doing achievements for this, but I have a feeling that all 5 of the same all 5 of the same class or all 5 of the same race will definitely be a Chivo. Or, well, I guess you can only really do 4 because of the tables, but you know what I mean. So yeah, so Little Caesar's going to be our healer. Park programs, you're right. Pizza by definition, we need to. Alright. Oh, Damien was just, oh wait, which one? This one. I mean, we could get a scout. Speed focused. Damien was saying they've considered doing some achievements and opted against it, both for time and because... Gosh, the quality of work required. I mean, Damien, if you want my recommendation, pop in a Chivo just for what you consider to be the finished state of this game is. Sorry, I don't mean to tell you your business. This game's brilliant. I apologize. Like, there's nothing quite like unrequested suggestions from a user to really make that day pop. I just meant that I am a really big fan of games where there's a single achievement, and that single achievement is victory. Done it. I've always really enjoyed that conceptually. So I'm projecting. How are you? And there's so many Little Caesars franchises we can have. There's a Little Caesars Commander, strength-based support class, increases the party's strength and accuracy, deals damage. Alright, we're going to take the Commander, but we definitely need to try and find an AoE attacker now. Because we've got a healer, we've got our versatile mimic, and we've got our single attack face wrecker. What we need is somebody to attack everybody all at once. So let's start having a look. Feeling, yeah, Guardians are a defensive class, which is grand. Like, having someone that can be the center of violent attention is wonderful. But I need somebody who's going to murder everybody all the time. And we are not getting into a triple Little Caesars state. My slimes are good, but they ain't that good. Alright, who are you? You look fancy. Oh, this is Achille, the Bun High Priest. I don't know if Shackle's here, but they need to know that Bun is an official race in this game. Unfortunately, this Bun is a healer, and we already have a healer. Android Puppeteer, never mind. We found a little Bun. Who are you? You're... Oh, the Spellbow. Okay, so Spellbow is about damaging and ramping up. Like, that's fine. Vampire Witch. Oh, maybe some witches are helping out. Versatile Logic. Toil and Trouble deals damage while lowering Logic. Home Remedy heals. No, Park, we will not vulture on the pizzas. We cannot pizza right now. We are not replaced at pizzas. I've allowed for a dual Caesars scenario due to the requests of, I believe, yourself and Investigation Clone, but that is where our Little Caesars sponsorship ends. God, I need to get like a Pagliacci sponsorship, considering how much of their pizza I eat. Oh, here's Fen Report. No, Druid. Oh, this was the wet regeneration. This is where I stared at the camera and went, really, Damien? Wet regeneration? Although it does sound like druids are a little bit of everything. So perhaps...
Online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey, Mental Monk, that is very kind of you. Thank you. Sorry, the reason I was cackling laughing was not because Mental Monk threw a sub at my dumb face, but Damien, I could hear the inflection in that one, which is, look, you try naming 750 skills. They're all unique, 0 repeats. God. The thing is, Damien, all I can imagine is that behind the scenes in this game, either your naming convention is the most on point anyone has ever done, or it is a Tagliatelian mess, the likes of which no one has seen or will ever see again. Hey. And Asari is in agreement. We should get this on the Switch. I mean, Damien, I wish... I think there's a decent porting company around this way, but I'm blanking on their name. But didn't Dog Airport game get ported to Switch? So Zalavit must know a decent porting company. Look, Eric, at least I'm being honest. I can't remember, okay? And of course, like Damien, when all the super money starts rolling in, you can just pay a bunch of people to have to deal with your back end stuff. Damien's saying that if you really want it on the Switch, contact Strange Scaffold and let them know that you, the consumer, are interested. Hey, Celery! Celery! Stop being in Australia! We need Purgatory Dungeoneer! We need it on the Switch, like yesterday! Who are we? We're consumers! That's what we sound like! Fuck, what? Alright, Damien, help me out here. What's a good AoE class? Never mind. You're a Lancer. You do Lancy stuff. Alright, what about the Tempest? Damage dealing. Oh, you were Captain Von Windup. You needed a storyteller, didn't you? Park says they'd be scared to port this just from QA alone. Coward. Cowards! If I have to face the dungeon, you should be able to port it. He said, knowing full well that playing a video game and porting a video game could not be more different. I'm just walking around the guild hall right now, having a good time. So Damien says, Lancers do unlock a good AoE skill. If you play crossbowmen, they unlock archers, which gets you a good one. Okay. And Fred was apologizing to developer Damien, saying he didn't mean the criticism. The game is solid, as are all the skilled names. I meant criticism. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be a knobhead and call out Damien for only having 750 unique named abilities. Psh. I mean, there are loads more words. Where's the Maflampa attack, huh? Where's my baking class? Where's my cooking class, Damien? Damien, where's my chef? My I'm gonna get smacked from this and at some point in the future. Why isn't there a Waffle Man until I'm locked into playing? Alright, but joking aside, Damien's recommending we either level an archer, sorry, a crossbowman, so that we can then unlock an archer. Or we upgrade the Lancer. The Lancer's probably a smarter bet. Damien said they cut the class count off at 105. Any more would be too much. I mean, that's very wafer thin mint of you. We've gotten the classes up to 104. Let's get one more in there. Yeah, Eric, like I'm with you there. Why not just 100 or 101? Those last 4 classes you just couldn't cut. I love this, like, invite Damien to come hang out, have a banter, and then be complete and utter gremlins while playing their game. Alright, you're with us. Lancer the Minotaur. But I am going to go buy our 3 new friends some goodies. Because we can't send Pizzaman into battle naked. Alright. Oh, so we're going to do the old school... We're going to buy 1 of everything. And we'll let the recommended give them what they need. Because we've got the cash to do it. We've got our slime with us, so... And honestly, it can't hurt to just make sure that everybody's got a little bit of a something-something. I don't know, we already bought... So let's see how the weapons are. I mean, for a bunch of these, it's just going to be a nice little buff. So David says, Zalavir said I could cut down on the class's character multiple times to make it easier to develop. But I looked over all of them and I couldn't get rid of any. You know what? Feckin' yo, good on you. Fred saying that adventurers who require gear before an adventure lack confidence. What did we say about confidence again, Fred? What was it? I think it was the gentleman from Darkest Dungeon. Confidence is a great idea with absolutely no downsides. That's the quote, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the quote. There's never a bad time to be incredibly overconfident. And I'm just amazed I can remember all of the Darkest Dungeon quotes that well. I do like that these are called like the Adder Swords and the Adder Greatsword and the Adder Pistol. Adder Pistol, Adder Rifle. Yes, overconfidence is fast and an incredibly reliable ally. So... there we go. Oh, so okay, so Investigation Clone read the Slime Arcanist as Slime Arsonist. Slarcenist, if you will. Where I've been reading them as Slime Anarchist. And I will probably keep calling them that. And yeah, you're right. Clone. Arsonist is a valid class for this. Alright, so we can probably handle a level 2 or maybe a level 3 dungeon.
One grocery, please.
Sorry, let me bring it up to the studio. Band Beast. Thank you, friend. No, you could have done this on Saturday, and you could have scared the shit out of me. Fuck. Band Beast, thank you so much. Seriously. That's really fucking cool of you. Thank you. That's a huge amount of money. Thank you. You know we don't live an extravagant life, and we'll be able to turn that into a lot of food. Thank you. Thank you. Fuck yeah. Well, Vanderbeest, I'm sorry you're gonna miss me screaming through sharks and nonsense, but... No, seriously. Fuck. We were kind of mid-dungeon. I was in... Fuck. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I don't... Vanderbeest. Thank you so much. I apologise. I'm kind of... You've managed to make me speechless. Fucking weed. Fucking weed. Shit. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get the focus off of me. Let's get the focus. Let's get back to video games. Mental Monk was saying that they want a game with 101.5 classes, so that's your next challenge, Damien. Is how do you make half a class? Oh, and Damien was saying one of their favourite quotes in this game is, "You cannot learn a thing you think you know." That's fucking cool. And Damien also goes on to say that the Arsonist is actually a real class in this game. It's a Lich Elementalist you can unlock later who strictly does heat magic. Caldera is suggesting an NPC class for half a class, and Stooge is suggesting multi-classing. Yeah, so Damien, when do we get to multi-class in this? I'm just going in. Sorry, again, Vanderbeest. Thank you. I'm seriously. I don't know what to say. Here's what I don't want to say. Damien says they have no idea how close we're to pitching this as an MMO. Yo, Damien, I need to introduce you to the Wizmud crew, if you don't already know them. There's a glorious nightmare tier project. So their buff now means... I mean, Damien, that would have been such a development hellscape. And Damien says that they're holding that option for later because they don't think they would have published this game if they made it so that characters could only be recruitable at certain times. Oh, I thought that said the forbidden snack then, and I was about to be like, I can't believe you've done this. Damien was also going on to say that Vid the Vampire Archer was only going to be recruitable from 10 PM to 2 AM because they only had time after they worked the late shift. Although Park Programs makes a good point, Damien, if Pokemon is allowed to have only at night Pokemans, maybe you could too. No healing, only murder. So Damien says half the game was going to be a struggle of putting together a party for a 40-man raid and you have to coordinate schedules. Didn't you already do that? I mean, Damien, it's basically a puzzle game where you try and fit together everyone's schedules into one big thing. Oh yeah, and Investigate Clone, it's fucking brilliant. David says it's better as a game for flexing their right muscles. I mean, it's already fucking brilliant. You don't need me to tell you that. Yeah, I'm really missing those AoE attack skills. We're in a two-dancer type situation. So yeah, Vanderbeest has definitely thrown me for a loop. Again, Vanderbeest, thank you. Oh! Hunter just wrecking everyone's face. I'll have none of that. Can you miss healing your friend, I wonder? Possibly! Not even a question. Extra damage across the board, so what if we get hit a bit more? Psh. So healing can't miss, but it can crit. Okay. Just... Dear the healer, you're about to have a bad time. Okay, so what Damien was saying about like healers being able to crit means that the Linoleum healers with the racial passive to extra crit damage makes great healing setups. Okay, so it's Molten Barrage. Gank the healer! Gank the healer! Healer's dead! Slime's dead! Job's done! Fucking hell. Insecure logic. When your HP is above 50, you'll get minus logic. No thank you, because we do a lot of logic damage with our slimy friend. Yes, I'll take another 100% buff in damage. Lance's pivot is not a joke. Died. The only downside being that we've now, I've now accidentally eaten all of his. So we want... Was it Vandal that gave us the AoE attack? I think it was. Yeah, Molten Barrage, which leads to recovery. Yeah, we'll do 2 rounds of Molten Barrage. Let's live a little. He hasn't got enough, so we'll just have to do good old-fashioned murders. Never mind! Are we the baddies? Miss me! The old-fashioned attack across the side. Yeah, it's all pipped out. Probably should have saved that for later, but it is what it is. When your MP is on a 50, you get minus accuracy. No, thank you. I can't be missing. Fuck it, why not? Low health, all damage. Let's go, baby. Alright, so everyone's got teeny tiny health bars, but... Vega's gotta go. And now I know how to do Vandal into Molten Barrage. Works real well. Just gonna assume everyone needs healing at this point. And you're just going to murder the healer. Blade and fucking Nora!
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online.
Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, friend? Banana Beast, are you still here? I'm still processing. Wheeler Dealer, how goes it, friend? This is Purgatory Dungeoneer. It is probably the most punk game of this year, and it is fucking brilliant. It's very evocative of Final Fantasy Legend, if you ever played that, with some just brand new, fresh, glorious nonsense. Oh, that's interesting. should be able to handle it. Slimes for days! Alright, so the squad is now level 2 and level 3. And Remembrance mission is available. Lovely. But yeah, so Wheel Dealer, how are you doing, friend? And look at my fancy new thing. Well, okay, I think we all actually have access to it, but check this out. Boosh! So friends, if you are not following Wheeler Dealer, now you have all the tools you need to do thusly. Friends, I'm going to need a second. I'm just... Yeah, I just want to say again, Mandy Beast, fucking thank you. Fucking thank you. Yeah, sorry. It's the combination of this game being feckin' great and that just catching me right off guard. Because usually, here's the thing, friend. You'll get very excitable when we start, and then usually by about the 5 or 6 hour mark, everyone's kind of in the groove, everyone's kind of settled, things are calm, and that's fine. This doesn't usually happen in like the surprise 5th hour of things. Now I'm feeling a lot of things simultaneously. Oh yeah, and Wheeler Dealer, I love the shout out command. It's so good. It's nice not having to do it manually. So, back in y'all. Though, Wheeler Dealer, if I can abuse you and your lovely friendos. So, the game we're playing today is this one, which is Purgatory Dungeoneer. It is made by our good friend Damien Crawford, or developer Damien in chat. And it's also published by our other industry friendo, Zalavir. Or I should say, it's published by Strange Scaffold, which is Zalavir's team. So this is like friendos helping friendos, the video game. If you know anybody who really digs that kind of those classic Final Fantasies, but wants something with a bit more meat, like this game has 105 classes, including Emomancer, Jester, Mimic, and as you can see in our current party, 2 of the little dude from Little Caesars. So feckin' y'all. If you know anybody who's about this, like, yeah, share it with the friendos, or just ask them to give it the old wish list and a boost. So Damien, one thing that I'm going to do, and one thing that I would like to suggest, is have you considered putting this in for the BAFTAs? Because this is definitely the most interesting title in its space, and well, I don't know who's entering, and obviously as a BAFTA member I can't talk about it, but I think it would be worth putting in. I have to get you the entrance address, but yeah, this might be worth throwing a few bob in to get it in there. So anyway, friends, I need to take a I need to go recombobulate because Vanderbeest donated $100, which means we have money to buy groceries now. We're lucky that there's some people in the nearby area who grow their own like veggies and stuff, and had loads left over for like a free pantry thing. So we got veggies from the Nuggies, and thankfully we bought a monstrous sack of dog food before we went off. So just gotta learn how to feed the people, right? Oh, you too as well, huh? Well, Damien, as you can tell, I know as well. Well, maybe Strange Scaffold will put in a nice block of published games. Again, we can just annoy Zalavir. Okay, I need to go get my feelings under control, so I'll be back in just a second, friends. Fucking yo. I leave you with these sweet jams. Hello, friend. Lost Flowers, how goes it? Watto and welcome. Sorry, stuffing some back of the fridge cheese into my face. Oh, I just wanted to take like a moment to kind of breathe, chat with you all. I'm going to leave the BRB needs tea up. I put my head under a tap, got my shit together, and I just wanted to say again, like, I don't know if Band of Beast is still chilling knowing, but like seriously, thank you. Oh, like, one of the reasons why I am doing the Shark event on Saturday is because, like, it feels like it's a failing on my part that I've got to ask for help on this one. And so if I'm going to do that, I better be prepared to put my ass on the line, you know? Oh, Fred! I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were throwing around heinous accusations here, secretly indulging my celery stick habit. How very dare you? How very dare you? Celery is a vehicle for peanut butter, and that's all it exists to be. No, but seriously, all of you, thank you. God, days like today, I do wish that I could just, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I can stop anytime I want. I can stop anytime I want. I don't need celery. I don't need celery. It's just, you know, I feel better when I have a lot of it. Oh. Now, this is another one of those games that is genuinely something special. And I promise I will not spend my entire day whinging about not having a gajillion people on twitch.television, but the only reason I want it is so I can make games like this just thrown into the stratosphere. You know, I pride myself on being like a video game sommelier, and I wish I could do that at a larger scale. But then I wouldn't get to hang out with you lot as much, because the noise would be deafening. Hey, Fred, carrots have been street legal in Washington for many years. I'm allowed. Can't stop me. Can't stop me. I almost enabled pirate facts there. That would have been embarrassing. Oh, lordy. Oh. Well, I guess there's something to... Alright, so Damien. The game is out. It is out there in the wild. Hang on, let me just... Your video game has been released. It is a known entity. Money, no question. What do you wish you could have added to it? Because, I mean, as you all know, like we've discussed this a lot, like video games are at their core a resource management activity. For as creative as and artistic as they are, like, you only have so much time, so much money to put a video game together. So what do you do? Like, what do you choose to have? What do you add? What do you cut? Okay, I shouldn't really say cut because, like, we've had that discussion many times. It's, you know, it's not like there are swaths of Purgatory Dungeoneer just sitting on Damien's floor. He's like, no, I shall take out this entire brilliant feature because it does not interest me. It does not suit my artistic vision. But yeah, I'm curious to know what you would have added in a money no questions scenario. Let's suck down more babies. Also, friendos, alongside the Steam store page as well, If you want to pick this up directly, with more money going to Damien Direct, you can on Damien's itch.io page. And if you have no green, please wishlist this on Steam, which will bust it up. And also, what's really cool is if you check out the title we have here on Steam, that's the full title of what Purgatory Dungeoneer was originally called. My grandpa died, and all he left me was one dungeon in Purgatory filled with nihilistic adventurers. Which, let's be honest, is more in keeping with Damien's naming convention. If you haven't encountered these, by the way, if you haven't encountered these, then you're in for a treat. Because aside from Damien Crawford's golf experience, which we did stream, the other banger that Damien put out that kind of rose to provenance was my older sister left the computer, so I got on and found myself trying to coordinate a raid in a game I don't play MMOs. But who can forget such actual glorious bangers as it's 6 random characters and a single floor dungeon. That's the whole game. Or one of my personal favorites, I have very low stats, but my class is leader, so I've recruited everyone I know to fight the Dark Lord, which is also available on Steam. Now jumping back, so Damien says a bit more specific skills for specific characters to make them stand out individually, and more flavor text. I can understand that. I mean, we get a taste of these characters and it gives us enough time to kind of understand it. Hang on, sorry, let me bring up the Vidya game back as well so you can have a look at it. Oh yeah, so yeah, Neo Shadow, like, a lot of Damien's projects have game titles very evocative of light novels. But I would say there's enough at this point to start getting flavour. And well, the other thing I should say, and this isn't like a dig at anyone, when it comes to especially projects like this, they're the kind of things that you could work on for 1,000 years and never feel like you're finished. Because right now, like, if we have a look, so we've got we've got 5 available remembrance missions, so these allow us to kind of like buff our cool characters further up. So it means we're going to really start developing teams where we give a heck. You know, we know who Moo is now. We know our little our slime anarchist friend. Sorry, here's me jumping all over the place. Rikami, Watto friend, hello, hello. Oh, and Rikami, happy birthday! Tomorrow will be a Sea of Thieves day, so I don't know if we'll be about when it is your birthday because of time travel, but, like, seriously, happy birthday, friend. Oh, and Damien was saying that the indie scene is competitive in both light novels and games. If the name is also the pitch, that does a lot of the work for you, yes. I feel we've talked about that one a lot. Oh, and Kel just saying that while their husband walked in 5 minutes ago and is already checking this game out. Yes! If they pick it up on Steam, ask them to leave a review, because it'll help. I was very kindly given my copy by Zalavir, which is great because, you know, prior to Vanderbeest being lovely, we were absolutely stone fucking broke over here. But it means that I can't leave a positive review that will affect the Steam algorithm. It's frustrating, but there we go. Interestingly, we were talking about this with a friend who had a very successful Kickstarter, and part of the Kickstarter was that everybody got a game key. So what it meant was that everyone who was super keen for the game to come out, and played it and loved it, that their opinions were completely disregarded from the whole Steam ecosystem. Sorry, I'm derailing myself today. Go Will. Go Will. Oh. See, I'm trying to think of some other good questions for Damien while we've gotten here. I mean, you already talked about the challenges of this game where, while it has a really striking visual style, it doesn't lend itself well to like fancy gifts and visual elements like that. Like, I mean, it was absolutely the right call to work with someone who has a good command of weird indie stuff on the interwebs. What level are these kids? They're all 2. So we need to take them up to 3, because it's 4 you can only get by... Yeah, 4 you can only get by doing memory nonsense. So, alright. So, good news, kids. Back in the dungeon. We can do this while we're having a chat, friends. So Caffeine, do you mean like something that was a nightmare to work on but eventually came together? Oh yeah, so Damien, what Caffeine's asking was like, yeah, was there one part of development that was a fucking nightmare that came together in the end? Alright, so we want the difficulty at 3. Alright, let's see if we can do it. Also, not to pat myself too hard on the back, but we haven't failed a run yet, because I'm just that good at video games. Just, you know, just saying. Just saying. I think it's Vandal that allows us to do the Molten Barrage for MP regen. So doing 2 of those back to back is kinda not the smartest move I've ever had. Oh, here we go. So small heal based on dev lowers theirs and your chance of being targeted for 4 turns. Love it. And it costs the same as healing everybody. Ooh, what have you gained? Increase the party strength for 4 turns. Let's give that a shot, shall we? And you gain Ward Off, that removes debuffs from you and protects. Deals chaos damage over time. And stabs everybody in the face. Alright, well we'll just do some regular stabbing right now, but we can have some fun with that. Star, yeah, I'm just ringing the bell on Hubris. Ding, 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 ding. What noise is that? That's the Hubris bell. Of course, the rogues, we have to dodge nonsense. So jumping back in, so Damien's saying that the Mimic class is a good one. I wanted to make them representative of... Oh!
Hope things get easier for you.
Yoshito, you fucking legend! Seriously. Seriously. Thank you. The victory tune probably kicked in at right the perfect moment. Thank you. Sorry, for those of you wondering what happened, Neo Shadow donated $30. That helps me feed the house! Not quite ready for less health steal. You know what? Let's go for just a quick murder. So jumping back in, so Damien was saying that the Mimic class is a good example. They wanted to make them representative of the different characters, but also couldn't figure out how to make it something that wasn't terrible to use or make. The stand skill system for them took a literal data make just for one class. And that was the design, like not even implementation. Oh, well, Neo Shadow, thank you. Obviously, I don't have a celery problem. I don't have a celery problem. But if I did, then that would help facilitate. That would help facilitate it, certainly. Oh yeah, no, Lost Flowers. The Nuggets are going to get their primo salad. David was going on to say that doors were also a lot. Deciding on the 5 different door effects, making them select traits, making so that no 2 repeat in the same run. Like, there's 5 different doors, but 208 total effects to the player. Oh. That's a lot of combinations. Damien said, when left to my own devices, I go hard. I mean, yeah. God. This door grants righteous cheer. When no enemies have been KO'd, enemies get 20% crit chance. Compared to... Paired defense. Before turn 4... Oh, well, we're not really using multi-class defense, so feck 'em. Let's break some face. And yeah, I've kind of worked out like a little combo of... I've worked out a little combo with our wizard slime for just breaking face. Ah, no! That's fine. Everyone get off! I mean, it's not the same as a celery addiction. Like I said, friend, I can quit anytime I want. Anytime I want. Locally grown. Excuse me? How come these ninjas are doing ninja shit? That's just illegal. See, Damien, the producer in me, I should say producer, the moneyman in me, sees this as the kind of game to absolutely sequelize. Like, take what you've got here, add more, expand more. Like, use this as the... I don't even remember enemies get agility. I want murder doors. Prepared resistance. Enemies get single. No. Alright, Eeyore makes a good point. I can't just ask ninjas why they're doing ninja shit. You're right. I mean, what are they going to say? Ah, here's why we're doing all the ninja nonsense. We done told you. Oh, shit. This is some slime on slime crime. A slime astralist. Just melt some face. It's time to be... Vandal? Yes, Vandal. Irresponsible is like the big face melter. So we're going to do 2 molten barrages. I hope everything turns out for the best. Alright, here we go. No slime for you! Haha! Didn't even give him time to react. Although I did realise that the Lancer can heal themselves. That's just rude. What the fuck was that? Oh, you are paying for that. That's what I get for not melting the healer first chance. I just let my slimes handle it. Woohoo! Alright, so what have we got? We've got Oath of Burrows, plus Defense. Defense is for nerds. What's this one? For turn 4, you get minus health steal. Fine. We do have a healer. Actually, can I use the... I can. So I can use the heal before we go in, alright. I mean, Salin, obviously I don't need more celery, but if you're going, you know, if you could hook a brother up, that'd be great. So Caffeine had another question for Damien, which is, what part of this game came together easily? You know, what part of this game surprised you in like, oh shit, this came together? Oh, so Salin, if you could pick up some cake for Star and a bit of milk for Keldra, that'd be great. Like, honestly, I think I'm fine for stuff. Yeah. Maybe some bacon for us. I got mac and cheese cravings again, so I'm gonna beast a bunch of our emergency mac and cheese stash. Oh, actually, I've got an idea. I'm gonna delve into the back of the freezer because I think I know what I can cook up this evening. Maybe. Anyway, the dancer's got to go first. The vampire elementalist is gonna hurt us, but the dancer will allow them to do a crap load of stuff very quickly. Oh, and Salem, if you get an organic rock star for pup programs, that would be lovely. So we're going to do damage over time. And we'll terrorize a vampire. Should be good. Oh! God, I felt that from downtown. Alright, yeah. Terrified our enemies. Alright, so how many debuffs we've got on? So, alright, so for we've got final agility, so they got plus 60, multi-target defense, but terrible doom, minus 40% dev, terrible doom, damage over time, plus minus speed, plus MP regen. God, you know what? I think one of the reasons I'm enjoying this so much is it doesn't quite have that... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. There's a buttload of status effects, but I don't feel like I'm getting hoisted by them. I feel like there's a lot of flavor and a lot of variation here, but I don't feel like, because I haven't mass researched every elemental type and every status debuff and all of those, that I'm somehow failing. Also, Slime, if you could just melt this person's face off, that'd be great. No, like in the movie Face Off. Rest, if you just attack him, Big Slime's got you. There we go. Yeah. We win! Bunch of slimes! Back in one piece, feck yeah. Wilbo's level 3, Susanna's 3. Rufana Remembrance mission must be completed. Coda's there. Several of the adventures seem to have something on their mind. Made a whole bunch of goodies from that. We've got a lot of strands and disassociations there. Okay. Feckin' y'all. So jumping back to Caffeine's question, Damien was saying the character designs and concepts themselves. A few were tricky, but the core of each class and what they wanted to do and a lot of their abilities just clicked. And that's why it ended up being 105, because you were just clicking with them. You know, sometimes the momentum of things in game dev just takes you in strange places and you gotta let it. Which is absolutely counter to the usual advice of, you know, schedule everything well. Oh wow, yeah, so we've got a load of. But right now, check out our little team. Oh. So the Slime Mimic. MP costs. So MP costs are increased. Oh yeah, that's the slime maneuver because they have cool stuff. This one has attack plus and shifty spell casting, but we've seen that one in action. What about our Beggar? Still need those additional ones, but now has less aggro. Minus armament, but lots of speed and recovery. Defense is increased. Party's health steal is increased by 4% when you're not knocked out. Lovely. And our commander's getting more and more strong. The commander's probably the only one on this team that we could do without for someone who's a bit more like haha. But then we do have our Mimic, who I'm slowly learning to use. Hey Damien, remember a few hours ago when you're like, oh, Will's not going to be able to use the Mimic because he's a stupid dum-dum with a stupid British dum-dum face. Check it out now. Who's the dumb nerd with the Mimic? Wait, hang on. No, that came back around on me. I mean, Damien, I'm having a great time with it. What I'd love to do is sit down and kind of like map out all the different sets. Like you were saying, like very evocative of Maxi's style in Soul Calibur. For those of you who didn't play a lot of Soul Calibur, so Maxi's a nunchuck user, or to quote Michelangelo, a fellow chucker. And the cool quirk with Maxi is that each move moves your weapon into a different stance, which changes how you combo through. And at first glance, you can kind of wail on stuff and he'll get shit going. But once you've had a chance to really get stuck in, it's fucking glorious. And you can have this like branching tree of combos. There are a few other fighting game characters that work in a similar manner, but Maxi was definitely one of the non-Guilty Gear games to really bang that out of the park. Actually, when did Guilty Gear OG come out? Because so Guilty Gear was 98. Well, I guess so. Soul Edge was 95, but I don't know when Maxi was added. Sorry. Fred said there was an evil Shaolin monk in Virtua Fighter who was like that. Not the praying mantis guy, right? God, now I'm trying to remember. I still remember it blowing my tiny mind that Virtua Fighter had a system whereby your outfit could be broken or changed depending on what happens. God, I thought Mantis Guy was the coolest fucking character for so long. Mainly because the ninja guy who did have the changing costume looked feckin' cool with his mask on and looked like a dork without it. So I didn't like playing as him because I'd lose and then he'd look stupid while losing. And so I tell you what, friendos, I think this is a good point to bring our adventures, at least in Purgatory Dungeoneer, to a close. You know, we've just played for a casual 5 hours, no big deal. So yeah, Caffeine has dropped the link in chat right there. Please, 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 wishlist it, share it with people. Like, I am lucky enough that I've been able to hang out with Damien in the real, and I'd love to see this game do great. The other link that Caffeine dropped is the itch.io page, which is, if you want to support Damien directly, that's the best way to pick it up. But if you have ever enjoyed any of the classic Final Fantasies, or Final Fantasy Legends is probably the one that I'm reminded of. Yeah, that's the one where you had, like, what was it? It was like 8 races. It was like 8 races, 10 classes. God, I'd have to go and look it up. But it's very evocative of that. But there's a depth and a bite to the writing in this that I haven't seen in quite some time. At least not from a traditional turn-based game. And as Damien says, please yell about the game, whether IRL or on social media, because it's fucking great. Oh, so Investigation Cone, who I've been calling Coin and Clone, says they picked it up. Thanks for the stream. Best of luck, Damien. Hope you can see the rest of it. And yeah, and Investigation, if you want to come chat indie video games or nonsense, I'm here in this little corner of the internet 5 days a week. And, you know, I've talked about this a lot. It took, I believe Damien said it took 10 years to get there, but, you know, this is an example of what it is to be a real, you know, professional indie dev in the space, you know? And honestly, the reason why I'm bringing this to a close is not because I feel like it's boring per se, but this is the kind of game I actually want to sit down and start reading item descriptions, start going through the details, start building character builds that do fun and jank stuff. Do you know what I mean? Damien says that this is their 21st game, so they're like a proper cockroach. Look, there are loads of indie butterflies and beautiful effervescent projects that go nowhere. Like, it's the indies that survive you want to talk to. It's the games that keep getting made. Like, no offense to any of our industry peers, but if you make one indie game and run your mouth about it and then go, oh, this is my beautiful alter project, and it's not very good and dies, and you never make another game, that's not something to follow. But joking aside, always be making games? I don't know. You all know my feelings on this. Like, I'm not a big proponent of the old, you know, 30 under 30 type lists. Like, find me 40 people in the games industry who have like 15 years experience and several scars from burnout and the ilk, and I'll show you the good shit, you know? Yeah, and sadly FNAF guy turned out to be a knobhead. But the methodology of make a lot of games is definitely one to follow. As Thor used to love saying, you know, you've got to make a fart hotel before you make a Five Nights at Freddy's. And it's nice knowing that, you know, Hatsune Miku has followed that through on all of their projects. Also, Caffeine was saying, instead of always be making games, how about always be improving? The thing is, not every game that you make will be better than your last game. Sometimes you'll make some honkin' stinkers. But from those, you will gain something that you might not have had prior. Like I said, you gotta freaking a fart hotel to make a Five Nights. And yes, I am arranging the, whilst I'm chatting to you lot, I'm arranging and rearranging the varying heroes into cool kid shapes. So yeah, so once again, friends, this is Purgatory Dungeoneer. And I'm so glad that I got to share it with you. Damien, I have no idea how this is gonna go, but I've had a fucking great time with it, and I really, really hope it sells a bajillion copies, because it really deserves to. It really deserves to. And once Zalavir is awake in the land down under, I'll yell at him and be like, yo! Because it needs to happen. Hang on, let me proper save. And then pop one out of this. I kind of miss having like old school Steam Spy and stuff like that, of being able to predict. I miss having that kind of clarity of like, no, this is absolutely what's going to happen. I'll put on some smooth. Don't be so loud. I'll put on some smooth Final Fantasy jams while we're having a natter into the end credits. And Caldera, I'm really glad you enjoyed it. You know, I do my best to try and bring you all things that are interesting or different, or things that are genuinely inspiring. And to have all three of those, and from an industry friendo, is a fucking critical win, you know what I mean? If you have any further questions, Damien is, and I quote, the worst RPG dev on Twitter. So if you've got more questions and follow-ups, go for it. But this has been a feckin' good day. I'm trying to think if I've got anything else to throw together. Oh, Damien, if you'll accept it, our goal is to create a Longship seal of approval, kind of like the Aggro Crab one, which once that's put together, I would love to bestow upon this title. Actually, I'm going to catch up with my artist this evening and see if we can get that. Because, yeah, it's been wonderful seeing this project come together. It's been wonderful seeing Zalavir unravel. And, hey, Rilu, how are you doing, friend? Also and welcome. Sadly, I was just about to bring our adventures to a bit of a close. But, Rilu, how are you with turn-based games? Because we've been playing one today, and it's a fucking banger. Oh no! Rilu says they've been lurking while lying to themselves they're actually going to sleep. Oh shit! That's my special move! You can't take that! Well, Rilu, hopefully you got to hear some interesting bands. Because I fucking love this game. It's been interesting to see kind of the evolution of the turn-based RPG as well. Because like a lot of us here, you know, I'm a gamer in my late 30s, and so games like Final Fantasy back in the day were a great approximation of an adventure, you know what I mean? Oh, and Metal Monk, this is the Chocobo and Chill by Game Chops, which is a little game label run, sorry, it's a music label run by DJ Cutman, who's a fucking great bloke. The tunes are there. Please go and support Game Chops. They're rad. But no, the thing I wanted to natter about before we bring it to a close is kind of the evolution of the turn-based, because at least what became known as the JRPG style was another of the different ways of doing an approximation of these grand adventures. You know, back in the day, games like Ultima couldn't emulate big open-world experiences, so they had approximations of systems. And whilst I hate saying the term Western RPGs, but like titles like Ultima, they're based off of more traditional high fantasy, excuse me, and more, classic fantasy literature. You know, the Japanese game scene worked out this turn-based system that became very synonymous and ended up with a huge industry around it. Now, feck, I could talk to you all for like 2 or 3 hours about how the early success of the Japanese games industry in RPGs solidified them too much, so that the rest of the world kind of evolved past them by being able to do action games and, you know, open world games and things like that. But what happened was that core experience of turn-based JRPG style gameplay was still there. It was still something tactile that people wanted. And we've seen some fascinating evolutions in the space. The one that always springs to my mind when discussing this is Penny Arcade's The Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness, originally made by the Deathspank devs before they, before they keeled over, and then continued by the same team that did, I believe, Cthulhu Saves the World. They took JRPG mechanics and turned them into a puzzle, where you had to do the right moves in the right order to win. So it was about reading the descriptions very carefully. It was about learning the mechanics very specifically and outmaneuvering. So for each battle wasn't a challenge of grinding or resource hoarding. It was about using the right things in the right way. Whereas this is like the RPG Unchained. There are so many abilities and so many things that we can find synergies all our own in this dense soup of characters and classes and so much, allowing us to have that OG feeling of, wait, we discovered this, we worked this out. You know, I love Pokemon with all my heart, but we already know, you know, rock beats lightning, lightning beats water. We know that. It's a place we've been living in for most of our adult lives. We don't get to have that experience the first time, like, Pikachu wrecks Misty's whole ass gym. I still think it's mean that the first gym in Pokemon Yellow is a rock gym, but it is what it is. Brock was always a questionable character. And with Purgatory Dungeoneer, we get to have this experience of, again, that discovery. And Damien, I promise I'm not just trying to repeat what you were saying earlier. I really do feel it. Like, I loved Pokemon Sword and Shield, but it felt like a beautiful rendition of something that I knew. In Venice, I haven't gotten to play the open world Arcturus, and really like to, but that's a story for another day. But this is genuinely something special. And the reason why I think I keep, like, poking at you and being like, hey, you should consider sequelizing this, or you should consider, like, you know, what else would you do, is because the core of this is something so different and unique. This is to turn-based combat what Caves of Quad was to Rogue, you know? It's there, but it's different, and it's fresh, and it's anarchic. But through that, like, feck you, we're gonna have 105 classes, shines this expansive and strange world. I mean, when you think about it thematically, friends, we've inherited the purgatory for adventurers, right? These were all people who above ground fought and battled and died. What does that world look like? So yeah. I mean, Damien, I'm not in the business of leveling false praise on games, so yeah. That's the experience that I've had from today. So yeah. Like I said, Damien, I wish you a million trillion sales and a monstrous big budget sequel so that I can tell people that I knew you before you were cool. But I knew Damien before the big money came in. Can't even hang out with him now. You wouldn't actually be the first friend who's gone through that. The only difference is I'm guaranteed that you're not going to get into NFTs. There you go. Damien, you need to become a multi-millionaire so you can give me money to publish people's games. There we go. That's the deal. You know what, Fred? That is a very good point. Before Damien was rich and famous, They are definitely a cool person. And I still haven't come up with a really good term for, like, the anarchic indies. But for those of you who don't know, I actually got to meet Damien in person this year proper at GDC. And we basically had this, like, cabal of the strange and the different all going for bevies and hanging out. It was real cool. Fearless bought us a round of drinks. The most expensive round of drinks, and I still feel a little guilty about that. Ah, P-balls. Damien says Tiffany has first dibs on the if I have money. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. I'll just be a hanger-on, mate. It'll be fine. But... well, all I wouldn't say is, Damien, congratulations on launch. This is a feckin' great game. And yeah, so I'm going to roll credits in just a second. All this talk of cash, I need to say some massive thank yous. As I'm sure you all know by this point, the reason that I'm able to be here is because you lot keep me feckin' going. Like, the grumblings you hear from the other room is our little baby boy. And, you know, I'm able to look after the animals because of you lot chucking in cash and keeping us going. Our road trip, as I said, ended up being a massive, massive expense, like way more than we expected. And Vanderbeest and Neo Shadow threw in a fuckload of cash today, so we'll be able to buy groceries. We just got to survive 10 days. It's got to survive 10 days. We got this. We got this. But no, seriously. I'm so fucking grateful. I'm grateful I get to have days like this where I can show off friends' games and talk about them, and you all seem to just let me waffle on about shit that I love. It's amazing! So, yeah. Thank you. Okay. And Damien, like, that's the sensible plan. Sorry, Damien was saying that if the game does well enough to warrant extra or similar game stuff, Damien will take it from there. The current plan is a couple updates, whatever bug fixes, and then deciding on what solo nonsense to do next. Okay? I mean, Star and Eric started planning out a game where you date the concept of games industry burnout, so if you want to do visual novels next, you're set. It was announced in a public space, so yeah, the first person to make a visual novel about dating the concept of burnout wins. Or you can even have the concept that me and Susan Arndt came up with, where you date sandwiches. But the sandwiches, you play as a sandwich, and you change your fillings to try and match the right people. Ultimately, it's a question of how much of ourselves should we change for the sake of others. Actually, you know what? I'm with Star on this one, but joking aside, Damien, I'd love to see your personal flavour of chaos turned to a dating sim. But I mean, that's the place to be, right? More ideas than you have time to make is better than all the time and no concepts. Amos is grizzling in the other room because he's not getting cuddles. Anyway, friends, thank you all again for a wonderful feckin' day. And I'd like to say thank you to the absolute feckin' bestest people. Oh, man. Rilu, with that sandwich, you can date whoever the fuck you like. Like, you get your pick of the crowd. But no, seriously, friends, to Vanderbeest and Neosudo, thank you so much, and Crux as well. Thank you so much for donating cash. It goes straight to PayPal, so we can immediately use it to buy food. So thank you. To Bacon Avenger, Spiller, Keldra, This is Star, Vanderbeest, Wolfcrad, J Post, Bill Sun, Dano Dwarf, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Crux and Dandelion, Kestrel North. All of you, like, bits are still the biggest thing to keep us going. So that's food for next month. To Caffeine, Rhymes and Moose, but also Lizzie T. Powell, like, thank you all again. You're a feckin' great team, and why you put up with me, I will never know. to Investigation Cone and Moonbrook, or Moonbrook. Thank you kindly for the follows. I do hope we get to talk more indie games and nonsense. And whether you were celebrating 4 months or 4 minutes, I would like to thank ET3 Stooge, Spiller, Lizzie Tapau, Dandelion, Greya. Mistakes were made. Baslock, Dragon Thing, Sir Wolf, Rain, Frenhut. We'll just go with that. Bryson the Robot, Gilbot, 9000. Marketeer Fred, Developer Damien, Git Ned, Personally Defunct, XD Johnny XP, The Mental Monk, and Wheeler Dealer. Because you all subbed like a bunch of cool people. Like 402 cool people. And to both Kestrel North and ET3 Stooge, thank you for bringing raids in, because that means you trusted me with your peoples, which is a fucking compliment and a half. But no, seriously, all of you, thank you. Now, let's see who we can go hang out with. In the old, you don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. J-Post, once again, chooses chaos. Right. So, friendos, I can offer you... Alright, so I can offer you a spooky game, a shooty game, or a card game. Spooky game, shooty game, card game. What would you fancy? And seriously, this is the fucking challenge whenever we come off of one of these runs, is there's too many peeps going. I mean, Caffeine, you're right, it is Spooktober. I will be working on a spooky Gendam. Do we have anyone? Star says spooky or cards. Alright, it's looking like the time of spooks is upon us. Alright, let me just make sure that our spoopy one's going. Alright, that's 3 for spoops. So we're going to be going and hanging out with our friend Marty Cow. Marty Cows has been had a real problem with getting into their Twitch and Twitter accounts. So this is kind of not only them being spoopy, but also their group return. If you haven't met Marty Cow, they're a fellow Blackout Club survivor. And a feckin' cool human. Like, it is very strange to know somebody who is exceedingly cooler than I am. Oh, okay. So we can't raid into Marty Cow because they have disabled raids. So let's just head over there. I can understand they've had a lot of, like, problems of late. So, friends, that is where we're going. All that's left to say is, once again, thank you, Damien, for a fucking great game, friend. May you have a gajillion sales and inordinate amounts of cash to make your next game. Everyone, thank you for watching, and I hope you've had a bloody good day, because I have. Now, if you'll excuse me, there is a puppy that needs cuddles, because otherwise he will continue to whine. Have yourselves a lovely rest of your evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and very quickly, tomorrow, Sea of Thieves, feckin' yes, Squad's back, feckin' yes, and if you were considering spending any money on Sea of Thieves, tomorrow all the proceeds will be going to Special Effect, which is a charity that Relu does a whole bunch of stuff with. So if you've been waiting to pick up a pet, a fancy ship, or what have you, tomorrow is the time to do it, alright? Alright? Alright. Without further ado, we'll head over to Marty Cow. Have a lovely evening, friends, and good night.